everyone, and welcome back to Dice and Dudes, episode number 6. Thank you all very, very much for joining us. We always appreciate you guys coming around and watching our little game here. If you haven't seen us before, we're a group of friends with a combined 100 years of D&D experience. That's right, we're nerdy. Sitting around this table. I mean, a few of us carry the brunt of that, but yes, there is indeed 100 years of experience sitting around this table. Take that as you will. We are once again sponsored by our forever sponsor, David's Tiles and Terrain. I absolutely love that guy because it's me. Makes all sorts of tiles, paints miniatures, super humble and beautiful, and a fantastic beard, but mostly humble. Make terrain tiles, paint up stuff, board games, D&D, cyberpunk, Shadowrun, vampire, anything you guys need. Currently working on a commission, but if you all want to get in line for a commission, just hit me up at David's Tiles and Terrain on Facebook or Instagram. On Instagram, it's David's Tiles and Terrain, but you should be able to find me. We are also brought to you by our great good friends over at Game Vault, who gave me this nice shirt. Sonia, what's going on at Game Vault?
Well, we do have a couple things going on at Game Vault this coming time. We have a new Vampire the Masquerade campaign that is going to be run by none other than the godlike David for wonderful. I'm going for a stop here, okay?
Okay. Wait for the pitch. Hold on.
She wants magic items.
I do. So he will be running a Vampire the Masquerade game. We do have possibly 2 slots already filled, but we do have sign up, or 3 spots already filled, sorry. But we do have sign up at Game Vault coming soon for the other spots for the campaign. It will be starting this Sunday at 12 to 5. So please, hey, check them out. Let them know. Let us know if you are interested in a spot. And of course, we'll also be having the Pokemon Kids Day coming up on September 15th. And that one will be starting at 2. So bring your kids down between ages, I want to say 6 and 12. And come down, check us out, get some free swag. It's a lot of fun. Lots of kids coming up. And of course, their regular events. For any more information about their calendar events, please check out their website or Facebook page.
Yeah, come on down. We'll teach the kids how to play if they don't know how to play. If they do know how to play, but they don't know how to build a deck, well, I'm with that. They got just a stack of random Pokemon cards. Have them come down. It's real relaxed. We're not going to turn away cards that are 8 or 9 years old that maybe you own that you just gave to your kids. We're going to let them get a deck together and play with the other kids so they can have some fun. Hopefully build a community up, and then we can have a regular Pokemon thing going once a month where all the kids can get together and they don't have to worry about getting beat by adults or anybody else, or maybe get a miniature league going where they can have their own little tournaments with prize support. So stay tuned for that. We're also brought to you today by our friends over at MGS, who helped us start this channel way back in the forever ago, like 8 months at this point. Vince, what has MGS got going?
Alright guys, this week at MGS we've got Friday night Commander going on. Saturday there's a Flames of War tournament. It's 1,650 points, late war. Come on out if you want to get some historical gaming going on. Saturday there's also Magic Standard Showdown. There'll be pods at 2 and 7, open gaming Sunday, and every day that ends in 1.
And you have something going on with Keyforge, right?
Thursdays we have Keyforge around 2 in the afternoon, and then in the evening around 6 or 7 we start off casual Pokemon. So if you're an adult, like the kids over there that don't want to get beat by adults, but if you're an adult that's getting tired of getting beat by adults.
Kids.
Yeah, if you're a grown kid that's tired of getting beat by adults, then we just do, we don't really do tournaments at the moment. We just, if you like Pokemon, you like talking about Pokemon, then just come play. We don't have restrictions, just
have fun.
Yeah,
have some fun.
There's also open gaming for Age of Sigmar on Tuesdays.
Yes, on Tuesday we do Age of Sigmar, and Monday we do Dead Zone.
Okay, well maybe someone in Dice and Dudes has to get on the Age of Sigmar thing. Maybe I'll force one of you guys to do that. We'll see.
You paint it up, I'll play it, and film it for you.
We also we wanted to bring the spotlight on to our good friend Beatriz in Colombia, who's done all the artwork for Dice and Dudes. We absolutely love everything she's done with us, and we're giving her even more and more, just piling up the work for her the longer time goes. Kyle, where can they find her work?
You know, with an introduction like that, you might as well do it. You can find her on Facebook and Instagram by searching Bapjart, B-A-P-J-A-R-T, both Facebook and Instagram.
And she, I mean, her art's so good. She did ours in a slightly anime style, you know, which we absolutely, like that's what we kind of wanted to go for. But, I mean, she worked with us so well. She was with me every step of the way. If one of these guys wanted to make even a minor change on their character, she was Johnny on the spot with it. You know, it was the best experience I've had dealing with anyone. Yeah, exactly.
Then again, she got it right out from one paragraph with my character.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple that she just nailed on the head. But if anybody wanted some very specific things done, I mean, she was willing to just bam. I mean, which is fantastic. So we do have the vampire game coming up here on this Sunday. Now we're starting. It's actually going to be called the Borderland by Night. It is going to be placed in El Paso. Looking for a couple more players, but here, the thing is, you gotta understand what you're getting into. If you've never played a Vampire the Masquerade game, understand it's a very mature game. If you don't like things like morality and violence and having to deal with consequences of your actions and literally being a monster, because there's no heroes in Vampire. If you can't really handle that, it's not a game for you. But if you guys have an interest in us getting like something like that on the channel, that would like go and coincide with something like this. It's a very different style of game, but if you guys want to see it, let us know, and we'll put that in the works for you. But you gotta let us know if you want to see it. If you want a spot, let Lindy at Game Vault know. See if there's a spot available. I haven't talked to her in the last couple of days, so it's only 6 people is max I'm taking, and all 6 slots might already be filled. But definitely get with her.
If you get enough interest, you can open a second slot?
The thing is, I'd be running the games, so I might do it again. Like I might do the same setup again. You know, run a session 0 and run this run like a 3-week adventure. Yeah. So it'd be like a month-long thing. I might, depending on how this goes, I might run another one of just the carbon copy. We'll see how it goes.
So mini campaign modules, basically.
Well, more to see if people.
Spin on it.
Yeah, it's more to see if people want to play Vampire, and you know me, I love long form campaigns.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, if it comes down to it, I'd really like to get a long form campaign of it going. Nothing like this. I may even only do it once every other week because you know this takes a lot of time for me to do. But I mean, I do enjoy it. I would like to tell a story in El Paso about El Pasoans, but you know, with the World of Darkness kind of wrapped around it nicely. So if you guys are really interested, again, let us know. Our fellow dude, Paul, is also running Shadowrun at Game Vault on Fridays. Paul, can you tell us a little more about that?
Fridays, I'm there at 5 for setup. Welcome to ask me questions if you get there. I start at 6. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Going to 5th edition, this 6th edition is slow to release.
Yeah. And you're not a PDF guy like me. Like I like a physical book in my hands. Like yeah. I may use D&D Beyond, but that's for like quick questions. Most of the time I like to crack open a book, you know, like an old man. You know, and sit there, not like you youngsters and your Twitters and your Googles and your Samsungs and your Apples.
Oh, come on, you're not that old.
You're only
Not
36.
Says the man with the Note 10.
I have a Galaxy 9, thank you very much. I don't have the $1,000 to get a Note 10. I don't have that kind of money. I barely paid this one off. They come out with the phones too damn fast. See, I tried that, but, you know, $5 a pop just wasn't doing it. Anyway, that's going to go ahead and do it for our announcements today. We're going to go ahead and bring into the game. So when we come back, we're going to start Episode 6 of The Guns of Erroll. and welcome back. Last time, our friends, our dudes, had made their way from Creole Ranch to Loch Moran Mine, where they discovered a very badly wounded, now perhaps former member of the Harless Brothers, involved in absconding with a dozen Yolkeps from Creole Ranch. After delving into the mines, they managed to find the Yolkeps after having to deal with strange insect-like creatures that apparently hatched a brood of their little ones. After a very, very difficult struggle, they managed to make their way through with the Yolkeps and have just now decided to return to Creole Ranch, returning the 7 that they have found, and going to Vigor Ridge in order to find the other 5 Yolkeps that Villainy has told them that she believes.
I think she said 9.
Yeah, she's not so good with the numbers. But Villainy had insisted that she believed that Egon Harless was not on the up and up, and she believed that he had left them to die. Whether that is true or not remains to be seen. But you guys now find yourselves within what would be an empty bunk hall. Open bay. There are several bunk beds within this place of varying sizes. Some that the two of you could find that are big enough to support even your particular stature. There's 12 beds total in this place, so there is plenty of room for each of you, but this is the room given to you for the night. This is after you've already had your dinner, and Villainy makes her way to a cot in the back, gingerly sits down on the bottom bunk, and slowly lays down, trying to find a comfortable position despite the acidic burns that still cover much of her body. What are y'all gonna do?
Can we rewind to dinner? I'd be
Sure.
asking the farmers if I can, or not farmers, but ranch hands, Yolkep cowboys. Yolkep boys. If anyone is selling some
Scanners on.
high quality tobacco, is there like a company store?
I would certainly like some of that as well.
I got a pouch on hand. Would you be willing to trade for it?
Well, this is not the stuff that, you know, the regular Joe's buy. Is this top shelf?
No.
Oh, well, fuck. Well, do you know where I can buy some of that?
Probably down in Brownwater. If you can't find it in Brownwater, you'd best be going up to Urk. Not much culture down here, I'm afraid. And he kind of smiles, and he's missing a bunch of teeth, and the teeth that he does have are blackened and brown as he spits chew into a cup.
Well, do you know of any mind-altering herbs?
Aye.
You know, you roll them in some paper.
Well, aye.
I will just, you know, if I can get a cigarette, actually, you know what?
If you're,
I know who's smoking.
what you offering?
Well, I don't know. I've got to see the quality of what is on hand.
He kind of looks around for a second, and there's not many people in the mess hall at this time of night. I mean, you guys arrived very late. The fact that him and his partner are still sitting here is they're probably just trying to kill some time. He kind of looks around, makes sure nobody else is there. Reaches on the table for a minute. Seems like he's messing around with either pockets or pouches on his belt. Pulls out a small little satchel. Opens it up. Pulls out a few leaves.
Wait, this stuff's not going to scorch my brain, is it?
Go ahead and roll me a nature check. You know what? I'll let you roll a survival check.
Okay. 13.
13. You recognize it. It looks like something you've seen before. It is definitely smile weed.
Oh, wonderful. So this stuff just calms the nerves.
Makes you happy.
Oh, wonderful.
Puts you in a nice place.
How much you asking for that wee little bag?
Well, see, I mean, to get this, I gotta ride 2 days down to Brownwater, you know, and pick some up from the guy I know down there. So, I mean, just logistically, I'm using that word right. Okay. Just
Right,
logistically,
yes.
I'm,
You used it right. Now, what's your price?
call it. He whispers something to his friend. His friend just. Call it 3 notes.
Fuck. Are we never back? 3 notes. Can I see actually how much I could roll out of that?
From the bag itself, from the like, he pulls out a couple of leaves. When I say leaves, it's literally the dried plant itself. You have to mortar and pestle it up yourself and then roll it.
Do I see any of this or hear any of this?
What's your passive perception?
Passive perception is 13.
13? Yeah, you probably see this guy. I mean, you're not really hiding it,
No.
so yeah.
I'll wander over.
Yeah. You know, a couple of these, like just one full leaf. The leaves, they're about that big. They have 3 prongs on each one. They're fairly thick at the base and thinner at the top. They can pretty easily be broken apart with your hands if you don't want to mortar it. One leaf will get you basically 1 cigarette. It looks like he's got 5 or 6 leaves in that bag.
I'm going to do an insight check if you'll allow me to do that.
Sure.
See if he's on the up and up.
Sure.
It's laced with Achium.
18.
18? You get the impression he isn't entirely sure what it's worth, and he threw out a number that he hoped you would agree to. It's probably worth more than 3 notes.
I'll do this. Take out the wad of notes I got from the winnings.
All right.
You know, I'll count off 3. Now, like, and you guarantee this is good shite.
Makes me smile.
Wonderful.
And he smiles again, and you can see that,
I
dripping down into his chin hair.
and I do this.
And he puts the bag and takes the money.
Okay. And I put it in my pocket.
And he like kind of smiles at his friend, and his friend just looks at him like, just goes back to drink it, then looks over and starts having a conversation with him again.
Cheer with like 1 leaf. Maybe
Points
2.
points over him.
Only have that?
I got furlough in 2 days. If you want to wait, I'll be heading back to Brownwater and get me some more.
Where get it from?
You can get it from me.
What source?
My source.
Your friend's source.
You have at it, Kinderling.
And dwarven uncultured swine. And walk off.
Wait, why'd you say that about him? He's got a wonderful demeanor. Isn't some teat, but
I think you might have misunderstood her. She does say things wrong all the time.
oh, you speak dwarven too.
Not a word. Yes, I do.
From your ear,
Uh-huh.
academic level.
Him?
Her.
Oh, okay.
No, perfect accent, academic level of speaking of it.
Okay.
It's like when you hear somebody speaking actual Castilian Spanish, it's that.
Gotcha.
So they have this?
No. It's the equivalent. You ass.
Now, Chira, I told you, leave the information gathering to me. Can
Cal?
Anybody else
Thank
do
you, sir.
anything else at dinner?
You boys
Yes.
look bored. You want to play some cards?
Well,
Flush with that.
the one with the very missing teeth kind of gets a downcast expression. The other guy turns to you. Smaller guy, very, very blonde hair, very blue eyes. Probably good looking if he wasn't just covered in probably 3 days of mud. looks over at Ian like, oh man, you have no idea how much we'd love to take you up on that, but we get caught playing cards. Well, let's just say the ranch head, he don't like cards played on these premises.
What's he gonna do to me?
Nothing to you, but he'd fire the both of us, and we don't really want to have it get fired over a game. You understand? But yeah, well, as my highfalutin partner said, that we'll be down in Brownwater here in a couple days. If you're around, then definitely save us a seat at your table. Definitely love to take some of your money.
Hey,
All right.
give us your name so it's easier to find you.
One guy's name is. Let me look at my list here. One guy's. We'll call him Toothy Joe.
Toothy Joe. Oh, but
The other guy's name is Gerald. The blonde is named Gerald.
Yolkeps boys.
For sake of ease, there are no cowboys in this world. And there are no Yolkeps boys either.
Wait, what shall I call them?
Ranch hands?
Carrots.
Huh? Vaqueros? No.
There's no Spanish in this world.
Well, there's definitely Spanish. I just haven't figured out what country speaks it yet. Somebody's got to have a Spanish accent.
Got that covered.
I've already got the Texas accent.
Speaking like a Indian accent.
Alright.
But yeah, the guy does tell you, they call him, my name's Joe, but they call me Toothless.
I can see why. You call me one-eyed.
I call you half stack.
And he looks at you for probably 3 or 4 seconds before he, oh, okay. Gotcha. I see in what you're seeing now.
Why?
It's okay, Chet.
So nothing else happens at dinner?
Are we drinking with dinner?
Water.
Just water?
That's what they provide. Unless you break out your own alcohol if you have it, that's what they provide.
I have no alcohol.
I will smile and pull out the bottle of cheap whiskey.
Yeah, very cheap whiskey.
Fine.
And you got about half of that bottle left at this point.
Fine. I'll pull out the vial of acid. Or not the acid, the blood, sorry.
I was like,
The blood from the bug.
You got issues, midget. I like you.
She doesn't grimace when she does it.
Hey, none of y'all mess with Quarterstack. She's alright. I found that out the hard way.
So we're going to go ahead and move on to you guys in the bunks now with Valine getting into her own bunk.
I'll go over to Valine and try and help her.
When you guys arrived, she didn't eat with you all. She actually was taken by the current Ambershard hospice worker and cleaned up finally, given some new clothes, re-bandaged. Now that she's not covered in acid burns and blood, and after the couple of days of healing spells and the other healing placed upon her by the Ambershard guild member, she's not a bad-looking woman. She's elven in nature. She has curves in the right places, though she does carry herself very much in a more masculine manner. She walks very manly. She stands very manly. She's very much not at all bothered by her femininity. Easily, she can hold that in her back pocket, but as you've talked to her up close and personal, you know she can definitely turn on the feminine charm at the drop of a hat.
Well, for Valine and everyone else in the bunk, I'll be going to play some soothing music to try and help everyone get ready for sleep.
Go roll me a performance check.
I can assist with that.
Oh, was that
I said I can assist with that.
He did say this.
Are you
Take
going?
the
So you pull out your.
incense.
Okay.
There you go. That's better.
Well,
I was going for a definite roll and like some.
16.
I was like,
16. Okay.
Numbers are hard.
I said
Math
we
is
have
hard.
100 years of D&D experience. I didn't ever say we were good at math.
I can count to this many without taking my shoes off.
That's why we always
I
ask
had
him
to
for the
take my
numbers.
shoes off.
Now you play a viola. Or a
Harmonica.
A harmonica. Oh yeah, that's right. You upgraded to a harmonica. That's right. So playing the harmonica, it is very soothing, much more than you would expect from a harmonica. And after the very oddly poncho-dressed Fionn pulls out her pan flute and adds her gentle harmony to it, it is a very soothing song, and you find Villainy dozing very quickly. Before she does, she gives you a fairly strange look. But then she kind of positions herself, gets back into a comfortable position, and just... You can tell she's still in a lot of pain, but it's not nearly as much as what she was. She's pretty tough to have made it as far as she has. By all rights, she should have been dead.
I guess elves don't like tieflings.
What? Well, they're farting on their mouth harps. Let's go for a walk. Need to do some talking.
Well, I do too. I need to talk to Darius.
I want to talk to that asshole.
Well, I've got to smooth over some things, you know. We may not trust these people, but we're going to have to work with them to make money. So, I kind of need to iron some stuff out.
Alright, you do the talking. I'll shoot him if he turns into asshole again.
Oh, fucking sandpaper. You attract more flies with honey than you do vinegar.
Fine, fuck do I want flies for?
Oh,
Oh god, it's retarded.
well, I guess the diversity of symbolism is lost upon you.
I understand symbology.
Well, alright. You wait outside. I'll go get Darius.
Yeah, go get Snowflake.
So this little dwarf.
Giant man gives us all a twitch.
Oh yeah,
He's good at it.
Darius is outside smoking
Yeah.
by himself.
So you know Darius stayed outside.
Okay. So I walk outside. How close would you say
you
you
follow
are
me?
to the...
I'm out like by the Yolkeps.
So he, from where you guys are in a bunkhouse that's pretty much as close to the Yolkeps as you could be. Most of the other bunkhouses have people in it, and they have like their little cliques of people. There's 4 bunkhouses in there, and 3 of them are full. This is the only one that's empty, that's kept for, you know.
Are you looking towards the Yolkeps, or are you looking
Yeah,
towards
he's just kind of like leaning up against the fence post.
So
like
would you see
watching.
me walking towards you, or were you just...
My passive perception is utter shit, so no.
No, he probably doesn't even hear you coming up unless you make yourself known.
Alright, well, I'll get to 5 feet from him, and I'm like, excuse me there, Mr. Darius. Might you have a wee second to talk?
I ain't got nothing but time.
Alright, well, you know, we might not trust each other, but if we're going to make money, we got to work together. And I didn't see it, I saw the aftermath, but... And I don't quite understand it, but... The tall, lanky, horny person. He was on the verge of, you know, meet his maker. And I would hate to have to pull me daggers and defend myself if that happens again. So, as a peace offering, and I take the little bag out, what can we do to work together more amicably? Better.
I think the word you're looking for is amicably.
Why? That's be the word.
I don't really
Acting like
take in mind-altering substances because that lets...
Well, go ahead and roll me a nature check.
11?
11? You know, this is smile weed.
Oh, this be a wee bit of smile weed. Make the corners of your lips, you know, curl up.
I don't...
Help you relaxing.
The only thing that I can do that relaxes me besides the nicotine is alcohol. Anything else causes asshole to show up. Makes it easier for him.
Well, maybe I can introduce myself to him. You care for a little blunt.
No. No
I don't
asshole.
want to do that.
I don't feel like shooting anybody right now.
All I gotta say, if we're gonna work together, is if he shows up again, he's not me. I have no hard feelings if you get rid of him, if he turns on you.
That puts me in an interesting situation. See, I don't know when that's going to happen.
Neither do I.
Well, fuck. How are we going to work this out? I'd hate to have to kill you. You're a very skilled individual.
I have an idea. His hair goes all black again. When he runs out of shit that's not me to kill, I hit him in the head with an axe handle.
Why, but what if he goes and kills the rest of, like, the tall man with horns and the small little girl with a military coat?
He ain't gonna kill Quarterstack. She's squirrely.
Why, but say she's been beat up by something we'd be fighting, and then this happens, and whoever the black-haired fellow is, you know, just lays into her.
I hit him in the head with an axe handle.
Oh, well, for instance, like last time, we were separated. There's all kind of shite that can go on.
It's alright. I'll reason with him. Diplomatic-like.
Oh, I'll leave that to you then.
Axe handle.
So, no smiley weed.
Nah, I don't partake. For
Maybe if you
reasons.
mix a wee little bit with your tobacco.
You don't want to talk to him right now.
Alright, well, you have a good evening. I'm
You
going to go
too.
smoke me weed with a man I trust to call me brother.
I've got no problem with that. I'm out here by myself. That's where I need to
Really,
be.
does this guy show himself by second-hand exposure? Because I can make a really big one.
I haven't ever been around anybody that does secondhand exposure or anything. Someone tried to give me some of that shit that you chew that makes you see shit. That's the last time that
I know of some mushrooms that could do that.
yeah, that's the last time that a bunch of addicts met the maker, and I woke up around the corpses. So I normally don't go around mind-altering substances.
You have quite a violent history. Right
It's
up my
not all
alley.
just mine.
Okay.
I don't think we can judge on the violent history subject.
Well, I'm taking it for his word.
Just saying. Pot, kettle, symbology.
It's smile weed.
I get it. I get it now. I really do. All right. Who's got some paper?
I got bourbon.
Dear God, it's retarded.
You know he rolls his own cigarettes.
Maybe can I bum some paper off for you?
He pulls out like enough for like 3.
Wait. That's not fair. Gotta be a trade.
Oh,
Have some whiskey.
Take the bottle.
Yeah.
You've had this whiskey when you first got there. Cider's much better. Whiskey's terrible, but it's whiskey.
I wrapped 2 blunts, hand 1 to Don.
I do not partake in disreputable habits like that. I'll stick to the whiskey and the tobacco and the whores.
Well, you
And
know,
the murder, and the
What is-
gambling, and the stabbing people that's not murder, and clubbing people with axe handles.
well, suit yourself, and I make 1 big one out of the 2.
Okay. So it's you make a very long blunt.
Stupid.
You spark up, and you all in your explorers packs on this. You have a spark stick. It's like a reusable match, basically. It's basically what you use to light all your cigarettes. So I mean, you pull that out, spark it up, and thing about small weed, it smells very, very good. It's almost like aromatherapy as you smoke it.
No, I'm going to stand upwind.
Okay.
I don't partake in disreputable habits.
Okay. So you two walk off?
Yeah, I'm like, Connor.
We're going to take a walk now, Snowflake. You go ahead and finish that there bottle. Keep asshole inside.
That's what I try to do every day.
You bring me that bottle back, though. I have a sentimental attachment to it. Goes back to when I had a comfortable bed.
Alright.
Well,
I can't take him seriously.
Connor, in what sense of this world is whoring and drinking reputable?
Depends how good you are at it.
And this wee little smiley weed is somehow more disreputable than hiding what you got in a woman who could give you some really nasty pain down there.
Didn't say paying for it. That's disreputable. Unless she's reputable.
We'll have to have longer conversations on your touch process.
I prefer not to.
Okay, well, what you want to talk about?
Oh, right. So, those asshole Harless brothers want us to kill some folks in exchange for information about the fellow we just got information about.
Well, was the guy who gave us the job, was it the same guy who betrayed his own Egon?
No, it was his brother. Dalius.
What if we happen on Erroll and he happens to be one of the people there? Are we gonna kill him?
He's not on the list. I like to keep my options open as to killing.
Well, I'm a fan of figuring out if they need to be killed before we do the killing.
Right. I was getting to that part. See, these people the Harless brothers want killed are kind of associated with those slave trading assholes that paid us to come to town in the first place.
Oh, you mean them?
Yeah, them.
Well, they're one of the families.
So?
You want to go up against a family house in groundwater 3 days after we fucking got here?
That's why I'm talking to you. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a good idea.
I say let's keep our options open.
So you want to sell out the Harlesses to the family then?
Oh no, I want to return to Yolkeps and get paid without burning any bridges.
What about people?
Well, you know, if they pull out a gun and intend to shoot me, I'll introduce them to me daggers.
What if they think about pulling out a gun?
Well then, I will make sure to pull me daggers first.
What if they look at me wrong?
Well, that's your problem.
What if there's a woman involved?
Are we talking about the whoring?
Not the paid for horn, but yeah.
Well, do you know any women that really want your girth?
That's some grade A Southgate tube steak. Of course they want it.
Well, yes, but do you know any of them now that might pose a decision whether to kill them or introduce them to your cart?
It's happened.
Well, I think that would be more entertaining than lethal.
Fair point. So anyway, we're gonna put a pin in the killing.
Well, I'm not killing anyone unless they're threatening me life, your life, and I'm still on the fence whether I'll defend the other people.
What if they look at us wrong? That stank eye.
You have a problem with that.
I really do.
Well, how about you exert a little bit of control. And when an appropriate time comes to kill them, you can kill them. But not just because they gave you a look.
2 looks.
I'd say 3.
3 looks it is. Where's that purple fucker? I owe him a bullet.
Well, how about we don't kill him until after we get paid? And maybe we'll warm up to him to the point where we don't kill him. Give the lanky, horny man a chance.
I didn't think I'd ever say give the horny man a chance was a sentence that made sense to me, but
I walked into that one. Let me rephrase the sentence. Let's see if we can work with the fella, and any future dealings with him will be profitable.
then the killing.
I don't think he needs to be killed.
At this point, are you smoking the smiley weed?
Yes.
Despite how aggravating he is being to you, you can feel your blood rising up, and suddenly it's like it hits a wall, and just all your anger, your frustration, your hate just starts slowly bleeding out of you. And you see him break into the first smile you've seen on his face that wasn't him laughing at one of your stupid jokes. And I mean,
fuck it, all the fun's come out of this.
Well, how about I make this proposal?
Yeah, we leave them alive, they make us money, we don't shoot them in the face.
I don't talk that way. You know, getting any sort of results, and I've noticed a pattern that when you talk, anger and violence follow. So, how about we let, maybe we let him do some selective talking.
What do you mean anger follows? I'm the soul of good cheer.
Yeah, you are, but the people you talk to, get angry.
Who gives a fuck? They're dead.
Well, you keep doing that shit, and, you know, we'll have to contend with the sheriff. You might...
Kill him?
Well, if I know anything about a minute's laws, it's really an eye for an eye, so... You can't say without witness or proof that you did it on the... You know, rightly so, you might be hanging from the gallows.
Hasn't happened yet.
you notice the stars in the sky are incredibly bright tonight.
I'm really...
Very bright. And normally, the smell of a ranch is not a very particularly good one. There's quite a bit of fertilizer around, you know. But the smells in the air are absolutely amazing. And you find yourself pausing longer and longer between each sentence and toke as you start looking around more and just taking in the night air.
Can his hands touch anything but themselves?
No, he's not that high. He's just... It's... Tonight's a good night, and today was a good day.
Goddamn smilers. I'm going inside. You're impossible to talk to when you're so fucking happy.
Well, fuck you. I was trying to be the voice of reason.
You are the voice of reason. I'm not going to shoot anybody when I go inside.
Well, I guess my job is done.
Now, how much of that extra long fatty do you actually smoke?
I'm gonna go through half of it and then
So basically, smoke a whole one.
flick the cherry off and... But I'm gonna go in and I'm like...
I'd like you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
11.
11? You're having a good night. by the time you actually make your way back into the sleeping area where everyone else is asleep. And you very stealthily make your way into your bed, waking everyone up in the process, while you kind of fall into your bed and fall asleep the minute your head touches the mattress.
As I'm walking and stumbling and tripping, I would expect things to smell like Yolkeps shite, but it smells like roses. And, what a
And he is
great
like
day.
loud talking. Like he's got earbuds in and he's listening to music at high volume.
I begin to hum a song.
Command. Silence.
Go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
What's the advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's high.
Yeah.
He looks
12.
You fail.
Alright, so you finally stop talking when you get into bed. Roll into bed, and I mean, your head hits the mattress, and you have the best sleep you've had in weeks.
Oh, that was the goal.
So while that interaction is going on, is there anything else happening tonight before we move on to the following morning?
I go out and I find Darius. Darius.
So this is probably since you these two left
during the song.
along with and he was gone during the song. So after she's asleep, you go out to find Darius. At this point, Gunnar has already returned.
Oh, okay.
Walk in, strip naked, put the gun belt and the boots back on, and lay down.
Okay.
Is your,
That's a nice gun that you're packing there.
Mine's taller.
You know you're a lucky little man, right?
Yes, I've been lucky lots in my life.
Good. Fuck off.
Caliber.
Fucking off.
Lucky.
What?
wake up to pray with
You
the
do
moon.
say tree. Go out. Go out and see Darius.
You make your way out. At this point, you see Darius is just kind of staring off to the eastern horizon. It's a fairly bright night. Moon in the sky at this point, it's only half full. So you got quite a bit of light, but it's actually floating near the horizon and will probably dip over in the next hour or two, and it will get much darker.
Well, I hate to bring up the elephant in the room again, but your not friend that comes out, what'd you call him, Mr. Asshole?
That's accurate.
It's very hard.
Well, as many corpses as he's stacked up, I would reckon that he does.
Well, you wouldn't have one of those cigarettes to spare.
Roll him one. Hand it to him. You roll one for yourself as well.
I have a stash of pre-rolled ones.
So you take another one and... Okay.
Begin to smoke it.
So that's probably what you do if you're on watch.
When
Yeah.
everybody else is doing fucking around or whatever, talking whatever, he's rolling up cigarettes and smoking.
Yeah.
Get a nice big puff. Try to use my thaumaturgy a little and try and formulate a little carriage floating out.
Okay.
So as you both are leaning up against the wooden fence, you see Caliph take You see Caliph take a long drag on the cigarette and expel the smoke slowly. And as he does, the smoke forms what looks to be a four-wheeled wagon. Suddenly, a horse appears at the front of it and slowly begins pushing it away. As it gets further and further away, it slowly comes apart and drifts into the air.
That's a fancy trick.
I guess you can say that we're both full of surprises tonight.
You one of those vacuum junkies?
Ah, no. Not one of them. But no hard feelings about that. I got through it without too much pain.
Feel free to shoot him if he comes out and turns on y'all again. Like I told the short stone one.
Yes,
Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Okay.
You ain't see shit. And there's so much shit around, that's saying something.
I will definitely keep that in mind. And no hard feelings if I have to.
I'd rather he die. Even if it involves me dying too.
I couldn't begin to understand how that must feel.
I don't even fully understand it myself, so I can't tell you.
Well, we all have our battles inside that we have to deal with. Well, I'm gonna go hit the sack. Wherever everyone else went off to.
Well, you have fun sleeping.
Yes.
I've got shit to think about.
Your friend is sleeping with nothing but his boots and his belt. It's going to be interesting.
Especially in the morning.
Yes. Early to rise.
Stop thumbing the hammer.
Well, you have a good night.
You too, friend.
For now we are. Yes, yes.
So, Peon. At this point, you're staying up all night? Darius, you're staying up all night? Okay, so going to add a point of exhaustion. You kind of slowly make your way out. You're not really used to sleeping in places where there's something over your head that's not stone, like in a cave. You prefer sleeping out in the open. As you slowly kind of creep your way out, it's fairly easy to do as most people are snoring around you, especially Gunner. You slip outside. It's a fairly clear night. The rainstorms that you guys had a few days ago have passed and moved on. It's a fairly cool night. Summer is nearly here, but a bit of winter is still clutching to spring. You can clearly see a shadowy Darius standing out by the Yolkep pins, but you can make your way by yourself into a spot where you can do your nightly communion with the moon. When you do, you can see that her right eye rests upon the horizon. You get that same sense that you had before. Everything around you is calm. You can feel the deep breathing of Yolkeps as they sleep. You can probably still hear the snores of Gunner coming through the walls of the sleeping area.
Horse!
As you allow Leoel's eye to rest upon you, and you cast your perception out to the southwest, in that same familiar direction, in Brownwater, you get that same nagging sense that something isn't right. That moment lingers for but a few heartbeats before the spell is broken, and you can feel, though your eyes are closed now, you can feel your consciousness being drawn back into sleep, and you catch yourself opening your eyes, and you can slowly make your way back to your sleeping area and sleep in this bed thing they seem to rave so much about.
I take it that Brownwater's the only source of constantly being muddy. It's not the same out here.
Yeah, you know that Brownwater itself sits in like that almost like a valley, like almost like it's at a low end of the water table.
Depression.
Yeah.
The rest of the night passes. You guys know that there are at this point about 9 guards that are currently on duty at all times. While you're outside Darius, you see them pass several times, moving in groups of 2 for the most part, making their way around the inside and outside areas of Creole Ranch, making sure there isn't another incursion or another Yolkep heist. You'll be the first one to see the sun slowly breaking on the horizon, and you can feel that tiredness in your muscles and your tendons, and still feeling that couple of, even with the healing magic that you received, leg's still a little sore from getting shot there a couple of times. The rest of you can wake up. A very, very meager breakfast is supplied. White gruel with a hock of hard stale bread. That is all that is provided.
Ah, might there be seconds? I'm kind of hungry.
You'll see one of the ranch hands kind of look at you as you sit in the mess hall and just like pushes his bowl towards you and go ahead.
Sure. You have my thanks.
I don't mess with this stuff. And he gets up and he heads on out.
Oh, that was an interesting fellow.
Sure. This reminds me of the war.
It's probably worse than that.
He looks worse.
Yes, I know it's worse, but it does remind me of that.
This was probably
That's a
yesterday's
better
gruel that they kind of thinned out with water.
Darius goes in to get food
Reminds
because he
me.
didn't eat last night.
And it slakes the hunger, that's about it. It's got almost no flavor. It's like eating paste.
Reminds me of
Good
that
day.
time we stole food
You want to cast it?
and repeated it 3
Okay.
days later.
Go and pull it out and hand it to me.
Yes, but even somehow that was better than this.
Possibly.
Spoiled ass, high-missed pussies. Many's the day we were in the hills, I would have been grateful for a bowl of
Shut him up
food.
with a good berry.
Probably the most delicious berry you've ever had in your life. You're not really much for berries, but this one's pretty good. And suddenly, you are full.
It's good enough my jaw flew around the room.
Do I know what he just gave him?
You have never seen this before, actually.
Symbology.
Bjorn? What was that you just
Fanny.
gave him? Fanny.
Berry.
Can I try one?
It is delicious, and that gruel looks very unappetizing, to the point where you have no desire to eat it anymore, as you feel like you just had a 3-course meal.
Wait,
Do I even
if
feel
you're
full?
not going
Yes.
to eat that,
Well, but certainly
There.
you may have it.
Well, hold up. I think we're one of the bigger ones. I'm kind of hungry.
wait, I'll
There?
Alright, I'll take it.
Eh?
I'll
Take
challenge you
one of
to a
Fanny
game
Berry.
of chance.
Take Fanny Berry.
Yeah, have Fanny's berry.
Yeah, the
Uh,
bacon.
Did I
Beyond
hear you
berry.
just say have
Yes.
Fanny's berry?
Now, I'm not opposed to taking ladies' berries, but this is a short acquaintance and she's a little furrier than I like.
What's wrong with Fanny? Stable hand find Fanny very pretty.
And I'm not low class like a stable hand.
Hey,
I have
Fanny has
standards.
standards, and stable hand meets Fanny's standards.
Splash.
Sure.
Splash.
It is a very, very watered down gruel, and you find it splashed up on your shirt, as do you.
That's a good joke. Throw my whole
That
bowl of
fits.
gruel in her face.
You know food well.
You get most of it. You still get some on you, but you manage to get most of it.
Whatever.
Okay. So you two just take another bowl. You take his extra bowl. You take her bowl. Okay. It is terrible stuff, but I mean, you can pack it down.
Well, I'm perfectly happy with gruel.
And we'll just head back for a quick flight.
Oh, we gotta go to Vigor Ridge,
Exactly.
not back to Brownwater.
It's on the way.
No, really isn't.
Well, Brownwater's from where you are. Technically, yeah, it depends on what direction you go, but you could stop at Brownwater.
You want to get paid.
I get paid by the day, so you just go ahead and take your time.
You guys do have that, so you can see exactly where you are. Creole Ranch is here.
Where's Vigor Ridge?
Brownwater's
It's
here. Vigor Ridge
his
is here.
other.
Yeah, it's
oh, there it is. What's that other thing in the mountains there?
A mountain.
You can take a look.
Oh, it's an H. Okay. I thought that was weird.
Wrong. Dead wrong. You look like a fool. A fool.
Alright, well, the very tall one is proposing
Well, you're the one who knows the information, right?
Which tall one? Both tall.
I'm the
he
tall
wants to stop back in Brownwater.
Ah, bacon.
bacon.
Chips
Ah.
bacon.
You know, bacon would have been good with this breakfast.
Ah, bacon.
And you hear from another table next to you, God, if you don't shut up about bacon, I'm going to stab somebody.
Barry?
Perhaps. You hand him a berry, he just kind of...
Try Fanny Berry.
3 notes.
Walks up to, like, stands up, and this guy's pretty thick. Like, you can tell he was eating the gruel because he's got a lot of girth to maintain. He kind of pulls up his pants, a little bit up over his belly, and then immediately slide back down into place. Takes 3 steps towards you and just kind of like leans over you and gives you the most awkward hug of your entire life, as with very, very bad morning breath goes, "Thank you, little one." And then gets back up and, "Oh, best meal I had in weeks," and then slowly walks out, and you have another couple of people looking at, as you have, how many more berries at this point?
See, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I didn't get one.
So 5, so you have 3 more berries.
Alright.
You see the guys are like, "Oh, hey, can I get one of those?"
Wait. 2 notes each.
He didn't pay. You didn't pay. Come on.
I didn't pay because I'm big.
I got 3 left.
Wait.
So you just start passing them out, and you just kind of like, as you're like, "Oh," it just, and they just
Bacon.
like, "Oh." One guy immediately grabs his bowl, walks over to you, and just puts it down in front of you. Another guy goes, "Here, then. Thanks." And they walk outside, and the rest of the place is kind of like gone quiet and looking over what you guys are doing, and there's some whispering among them.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah.
Walk out.
How much of a timetable we're at with the information?
I'm gonna go 10 Yolkeps. My Yolkeps.
And we get paid per day, so
Oh, he's the one who made that arrangement.
With himself.
You're not getting paid per day.
alright. Well, I'd say since I'm not being paid per day, let's get this shite done.
Alright, well, we'll do that then.
So no Brownwater, straight to Vigor Ridge.
You got it. Let's go ahead and do that. How long will that take?
That's about this time. All of your heads will turn at the sound of a squeaking door, one that each of you use in order to get into this dining hall. When you look, you all can see the banded arm image of Villainy as she pushes the door open, slowly walks inside. Takes her, a little bit as she's kind of limping a bit still, as her right hip is still pretty messed up.
I get up and help her a little.
She thanks you as you come up, and she sits down next to y'all and, "Hey, pretty one, you have any of them berries left? I would love one of those things that you gave me yesterday. They were quite delicious, and I was filled up all day."
Gruel.
I think she
She
gave
kind
all
of takes
away.
the gruel and, this will work, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not left-handed. And she starts very awkwardly eating the gruel. As she does, she's kind of looking up around at you guys, and
Well, how you feeling?
I'm feeling a bit better. A bit better. It's given me one last batch of looking after before we all head ourselves to Vigor Ridge.
Oh, I thought you were going to be
I thought you
staying
were staying here. We negotiated a bed and room and board for you.
You're
Well-
really in no condition to go with us.
Well, if you all head to Vigor Ridge, where are you going to go? Who are you going to talk to?
That's right, we need a horse thief.
She kind of leans towards you and,
Now we have to take
"You got? Are you holding?"
I got 3 daughters.
You got something a bit with a bit more of a rosy scent than that.
Oh, this married, yeah. I have some of that.
How would you be sharing with a fellow resident of Southgate?
I'll think about that. If you're traveling with us.
I'd take away a bit of me pain if you could hand that my way. And I mean, I would assume we're going to be
light
off
bulb
here.
goes off. Oh. Well, I'll roll you one. And in exchange for something, after we get these Yolkeps back, I'll
Alright.
be talking to you.
Alright. You got yourself a deal.
Rolls are a
No.
long one.
How many leaves do you use? Oh, he gave you enough for 3, so you could roll her 1. Unless you're going to try to bum more paper.
They said it was 5.
Oh, no, 3 papers. He gave you enough paper for 3
Oh,
rolls. And you used 2 already.
okay, gotcha.
So you roll her just a regular one? Okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. She kind of looks at each of you. Now look, I'd love him to be staying here. I don't want to be traveling in my current condition. And I don't want to be putting more pressure on your friend here to try to keep me on my feet and keep me moving, but I was thinking about it last night. I don't think y'all will be able to do much without me when you get to Vigor Ridge. I can at least point you in the right direction.
How much do you charge for your services?
Wait, why are you asking that?
Oh, he's a follower of a menace, Church of Sabbath, goddess of light. He wouldn't be charging me or charging anybody.
At least why he's not the services when he's not flat on his back.
Hey,
What?
well, there's a question of resource management. You can't do that constantly, can you?
Oh, you mean the curing? I got limited uses per day.
Well, if you use it on her, you might not be able to use it on yourself or one of us if shite hits the stone.
How about we just don't let it get to that point?
Wait.
After all, with his mouth, if you keep your mouth shut, we should.
You're as wise as the years look upon you.
Thank
Did you just call him old?
Why would I keep my mouth shut?
Gunnar already called her a thief in
Yeah,
front of everyone.
probably
We
not.
kind of have to take her.
It's
That's
an
such a good
affectionate nomenclature. It has no basis in reality.
Don't you actually
Alright.
know what word?
Well, that's some big words
How
for
about
you.
we
That is. I didn't understand a few of those. I really don't understand much of what he says.
I don't
It's
think
okay.
he understands most of what he's saying.
Is out of character. Is Gunnar one of those characters that one of those types of people that just throws out big words to make himself seem smarter? It's like
You'll have to keep playing in the character to see. You'll have to see.
He's saying, pay a character,
I
bitch!
have a feeling it's just at this point. It's like, I tell you what. I think the cause of global warming is all of the vehicles putting out photosynthesis, and we need to put a stop to this.
Well, he hasn't said. If he
First of
says
all,
something
there's no
like
cars
that,
here.
then.
What's this global warming?
Alright, but let's go and bring it back into the game.
Out of character pages.
Yeah.
Valine kind of pushes the gruel out in front of her as she kind of wolfed it down. Slowly stands up.
Elvish.
Daylight's burning.
Right.
And what do you say?
What's your play here?
She kind of looks at you and answers in common. No play. But I owe you my life. And I don't want you walking in the Vigor Ridge just to get knifed.
Fair enough.
You barely know your way around Brownwater. If you've never been to Vigor Ridge, you're in for a bit of a shock. If you think the squatter's plot is bad, well, that place, that's the ones they throw out the squatter's plot.
That's pretty bad.
Aye. Seeing as you're going to be needing me, how about we get to be gone?
I think we're all full right now. We should probably head on out.
Wait, they give you enough bandages for your future needs?
Aye. And they would have filled up yours too.
Alright.
Aye. I got enough left for about 3 days, and they said about 3 more days of his gentle touch, and I should be doing just fine.
Are you willing to touch her like that?
Just
Yeah.
on
It's
the
not very
shoulder.
priestly of you.
Hey, little one.
Oh my.
Of course he is.
Ah, aye. I
Did I
think
see
she's
that?
sweet on you.
I've never met a priest I wouldn't let put his hands upon me.
Oh, you're past the first obstacle.
I'm fine. We
I'm
can
just-
leave that behind.
I'm just playing with you, brother.
I kind of.
And she just kind of smiles at you.
No,
Yeah, yeah. She just kind of smiles at you, and you just kind of. What is everybody's insight bonus?
Oh.
One,
One.
4, a 5.
Oh, bonus 3.
Just the
3?
bonus count.
0.
Okay.
Insight.
So
Five.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
3.
3.
I forgot.
So Kyle and yours is 4, right? So Kyle. So I'm sorry, Fionn and One Eye. You will notice a very subtle blushing of Dakin. Not like what you would expect from somebody being hit on. Okay. After you guys collect up your gear, manage to get manage to get Villainy onto Yolkep. Is she still riding with someone? Obviously,
Ride with
yeah.
Bacon.
she would still have to be still riding with you. You guys can go ahead and collect up. They don't provide you any other services. You guys are welcome to stay end of the night if needs be. But as you all are leaving, Tiek will tell you that they are hoping that you can find those other 5. That's quite a bit of money. If you can get out there and find them, be much appreciated. Get them back as quickly as possible. Time is not on our side when it comes to this endeavor.
Why, we'll do our best.
Yes, and it helps to be in the Creel's good graces.
And by the time you guys begin to leave, we're going to take a short break here in just a minute. But as you guys leave, though his words for you, and the fact that
I have a
the
+5.
Yolkep, you as well, and the fact that the Yolkeps that you all returned have been kept in a sealed room under lock and key and guard, you get a very strange feeling that through his words and those actions, something isn't adding up with the Yolkeps.
So I'll pick quarter stack up and put
And-
on her Yolkep.
That's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go and take a quick break. We're gonna stretch our legs, get a snack. I'm gonna eat me a piece of sandwich, and we'll be right back after that. So give us about 10-15 minutes, and we'll be back. All right, hang with us.
We will discuss.
thank you very much for sticking with us. We're going to go ahead and get back to this right now and continue the journey to Vigor Ridge. So, we last left off with you all mounting your Yolkeps, including Gunner picking up Cheer, apparently by the scruff of her neck, and assisting her in mounting her Yolkep. So, Cheer.
Then ruffle her hair.
Thank you. Usually I have to do that.
Cheer. Appreciate hip. Cheer. Do not appreciate touching of hair. Tall man don't touch hair.
Oh, the midge is cute when she gets all ruffled.
Yes.
You know what?
She usually is.
I'm gonna give you a new name. You're not quarterstack anymore. What's those little things that kill snakes that real feisty for their size?
Birds?
Dirt Weasel. I'm gonna call you Dirt Weasel.
I don't think that is better.
In a very different language that none of you have heard.
Hold on a second.
Hold up.
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
What do you want to bet? That is a 21.
21. You have heard this phrase before. In traveling, you saw dirt weasels living in the prairies. They're accomplished hunters, but they are dirt weasels.
They hunt real well. And you're a hunter.
In a language none of you understand.
How do you
because
know
I'm pretty
that?
sure you don't understand it. Do you understand Gnomish?
No, I don't.
Do any of you understand
No,
Gnomish?
no, because no.
Okay, then there you go. Shut the fuck up.
Don't sound. People's
They deserved
ears.
it!
People's
Anyway,
ears.
Sorry, people. Sorry, that was
Rude.
fuck up. Anyways, in that language, just oh, you vile man.
Well,
And
nobody
then just-
understands.
yeah,
What do
but
you
you
actually
just-
say? What do they hear? I didn't think about that.
No, I did not. So
Come on,
it
I can
actually
create
sounds,
drugs on the fly. You can do this.
It sounds vaguely similar to Dwarvish, but not quite.
So like high-pitched Dutch?
Maybe like high pitched.
Isn't that like Norwegian?
That's from Norwegian.
That's
Or
Swedish.
Swedish, yeah. No, this would be
Swedish
more.
chef.
So like the Swedish chef from the Muppets.
No, not the Swedish chef and the Muppets. I'll get back to you on what it sounds like.
Okay, but if you're gonna pull that stuff,
But I know I gotta do it.
all right. You are the language lady, so.
Yes.
Ruffle
Just
her
like
hair
it's
again.
something-
Oh, Dirt Weasel's cute when she's angry.
Just see, and you, because I'm sure you're right next to me, just see, you just reach for the gun.
shoot with lightning!
It's okay, Jared. It's okay.
In Irish, just let them be.
She's hilarious. Just
I'm already walking.
Ah! Why do you do this?
Because of Paul.
It's all false.
Because you are clumsy.
Got it all over Kyle's back.
We have had. This is the first time this has happened in 35 episodes.
Why don't you get Kyle sack wet? What's wrong with you? We're live.
Maybe
We are consummate professionals. We are amazing.
Yeah, look, I drink this water with my pinky.
I can't write on this page now. I have to go to this page now. But now
Great.
So we consider
Great, you triggered the OCD.
I did.
I have
I'm
to write on a
sorry.
wet page with a pencil. Come on.
Alright.
I'm sorry, Kyle.
So
Everything's gonna be sticky.
so let's bring it back in with you all loaded up. Now each one of you on the back of a Yolkep and
you
making
read
your
own
way.
Yolkep?
I was using Irish.
Oh, okay.
Did you bring a different one?
Yes.
But then I'm using my own.
You all making your way to the southeast, or I'm sorry, excuse me, the southwest, with Valine's help, as Vigor Ridge upon your map is kind of a vague general area. What she can tell you about it, you see, Vigor Ridge, when people first started arriving, and they made their way to Squatcher's Plot, after a while, the sheriff down there, they decided that there was just too many people, too much crime, too much fighting, too much whoring, too much drinking, just all sorts of problems. So he decided to send down anyone that was coming into this into Brownwater that couldn't pay for a room within the Ember Inn or even the Ben Pig Pub or anywhere else, or find a tent that they could pay for themselves. They started sending them over to Vigor Ridge. Well, people within Vigor Ridge, That entire area has but one permanent structure. The rest of it's a tent city, just like that there squatter's plot. Some people have put together wagons and other caravans together to create some makeshift buildings, but nothing there is very permanent, except for an old foreman's office from a mine that they were trying to build within the Vigor Ridge itself. But rock tended to be a bit too tough. See, the thing is, Vigor Ridge itself, it's just basically a pillar of rock that juts out from the ground, and the tent city has kind of sprung up around it. A lot of people using the rock itself as a base in order to place their items or put their tents up against it to try to stay out of the weather. But it's a rough place. I mean, if you get caught drinking too much and causing too much trouble within Vigor Ridge, and it's not worth, or within Brownwater, and it's not worth swinging at the end of the rope, they send you to Vigor Ridge. And to tell you the truth, not many people from Vigor Ridge actually make their way down to the mines. The mines, they're not looking much for those type of people, if you understand what I'm saying. But
I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Steel wood.
well, it's the people that are living around there. Let's just say that an entire class of people has now called that place home, that don't view a menace or a law or the family way with too much stock.
So what you're saying is they're going to try to kill us, take our shite, and be off with our Yolkeps.
Well, I'd say because you are a bunch of well-armed folk, and you look like you've seen the road a bit, and you've had a few fights between you all. I wouldn't say they'd be simply trying to kill you offhand, but I'd definitely say that if you get yourself into a scrap, definitely be watching out for any kind of stragglers that may try to insert themselves into the fray to better their own station by taking your stuff. Just have a steady hand upon your wallet or your coin purse.
Wait, remember what I said about tree last night? Let's cut it down to one.
So I was right.
Aye, you were right.
What are you talking about?
Because I'm smart.
Free what?
Don't you worry about it, preacher boy.
It's gonna be a
But
problem.
then again,
Nope. I'm a problem-solving gentleman.
you have a problem of making deals behind our backs that we have to deal with later.
I didn't make any deals. I don't know what you're talking about.
You worry me sometimes.
Sometimes.
You don't worry me at all.
Well, since we're on the
Good.
road, this be a fine time to talk about how we're all going to work together without killing each other.
That sounds like a good idea. So, how are we gonna not kill each other?
I generally try not to kill people.
Same here.
Even those that need to be killed.
Even those that need to be killed sometimes are useful to me.
Well, I'll just politely disagree with you.
Well, wars are won and lost with some of these people, and whether or not you're able to control them.
Well,
What do you mean control?
Don't worry about it.
I'd be worrying about it if you're trying to control me.
No, not you. You're obviously way too smart for that.
Oh, I've seen some shite.
Let's just say back in the war, I've seen my fair share of backroom dealings.
Alright, well, we're gonna have to be doing a lot of that in Vigor Ridge, because that's their status quo. So,
I'm
I
usually good at
suppose
those.
we rely on your talents, you know, talking wise,
Well, thank you.
and then if it escalates, I got me daggers.
Should you be dressed like that?
You make a good point. The next time we stop to let our rides rest, I'll go ahead and change into something more
inconspicuous?
Exactly.
Well, you know, we can help you dirty up like last time.
That will be quite all right. I don't need any more help like that.
I can
should
take
be-
care of it.
Nope.
You know, the dust out here mixes with saliva. Really nice.
I have a bit of a question for you.
Oh, wait. Yes, ma'am.
Why do you dress like that? Are you a bit of a dandy?
Wait, he's a horny fella.
What?
Kind of like saying, because he has the horns. That's a great joke. You're quite the comedian, one eye.
Well,
Yeah,
I try.
I'd be laughing harder, but it hurt me, you know, with my injuries and all.
Well, I'm surprised you're not laughing after that.
I haven't had to partake quite yet, but when the road gets a little rougher, I'll do it.
Oh, no. He's not a dandy. I can tell you what happened to that there man. He was robbed in a whorehouse, and he stole their clothes in recompense.
Ah, well,
Why, yes. How did you know?
Because I seen whores dressed like you.
Well, let's just say that I like to leave a good first impression when I meet people.
By looking like a whore?
well,
Yes.
you do have a way with the words, and that little thing you have that you were blowing into last night, that did make quite the melody. If you don't mind, the next time we stop, I'd like to be hearing some more of that.
Certainly. I'd like to play that. A lot.
I have another question for you, but when we stop, I'd like to have a moment of your time in private.
All right.
And she kind of turns back.
Ah, Darius. If I give you one script, will you supply me with more of those papers?
As long as you don't promise. As long as you promise not to stab me in my sleep. Here's 3 more.
All right.
To be fair, I've never seen him stab anyone in their sleep. Usually they're awake.
That note will buy you probably 50 more papers.
Sucker.
I'll roll another blunt, give it to Leon.
Valine?
Yeah, that's not feeling.
She,
And suddenly, Fiona's a smoker. Not a politician either.
thank you, Beardy.
Peer
I'd be
pressure is a
appreciating
bitch.
that. I'll be spacing them out.
Oh. Give him here. I'll make one big one.
No thanks. Even the full one of these is gonna be a bit too much for me. This will give me 6 or 7 days. I've never known anyone that would smoke a whole one of these in a single sitting. It's quite a bit. I don't have that kind of tolerance.
If I'm around, just remember, puff, puff, pass.
Yes, that old Southgate method, yeah.
From the heart of Solus.
Oh, old Solus method. I gotcha. Then for old Solus, I'll be doing the puff puff pass.
We kind of got off track. Now I want to solidify a little trust. Not complete trust between us. Just enough to where we function as a unit so we get paid.
Is that a rather strange unit that we have here?
All right. If you like, we'll call us a group of people.
I believe that's what you call a unit.
Well, you pick what you want.
That's not what I call my unit.
Yes, we all got to see your unit very well last night. Thank you.
Aye, we're getting off track.
Yes, sir. How about we just head over there to Vigor Ridge as fast as we can?
I agree, especially before this one decides to show his unit again.
For the fangirls, David, how big is his unit?
We're not getting into that.
Don't discuss it.
Yeah, it's probably the length of
Look,
the arm.
I had you guys flirt with me enough in the last campaign to last me the whole of this campaign. I don't need to be getting into that
I
stuff.
don't know. You seem to be doing a lot, Mr. Stable Boy.
No,
That was
that's
our
not
fault.
me. That ain't me.
Is our mysterious fan artist going to show up with the...
No. No, fan art should be family friendly, please. If you want to send us any not safe for work fan art, we will happily accept it, and we will show no one ever.
Well, if it's a
Except for the
What if it's
uniform
Manson
size.
family friendly?
No.
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 Just
Please,
asking.
please, dude.
So, with you all still traveling, your conversation slowly kind of comes apart at the seams. About halfway when you go through the day, as you all stop for, to break for lunch, give the Yolkeps a bit of a break, stretch your legs. Riding them is very taxing, and especially for you at this point, you are very tired. The Villainy slowly makes her way off. We'll spark up one of the. She has been seen today.
Okay.
So she doesn't require it. Wouldn't a further assist, but it would assist with her
Would I
pain.
know?
You're the one who kind of came up with her caregiving routine, so you would know that it would help with her pain, but she's got something for that.
Alright.
She borrows your, if you're willing to, she borrows your spark stick, and she lights up and she takes a couple of puffs and.
Wait, no. I'll be going to find some snacks.
Yeah, she takes it back and she looks over at you and says, Calith, that's your name, right?
Yes, yes.
If I could have but just a moment of your time, in private, please.
Sure, if you give me a puff of that.
She takes a couple of puffs herself and then hands it to you.
One big long drag.
Okay.
David,
Not yet.
survival.
Don't do drugs,
to
kids.
Find,
Oh yeah, go to keep the roll. We'll get to that. in
Let's
just a
don't do drugs.
Yes, don't do drugs unless they're imaginary.
Spread your disreputable habits from among the horse thief and the purple fuck.
So, she walks away from the group a little bit. You're trying to follow?
Oh, I will.
Roll a stealth check, please.
Oh, no. I was just going to say Circo Calco.
Should I roll a
Oh,
perception?
so is that what you're going to say?
Yes. Circo Calco. Cheer in charge of Cal.
She hands you the...
It's okay, Jeff. Don't worry. I'll be fine.
No. Circo.
Don't give in to the peer pressure, dirt
Do you
weasel.
inhale? Or do you Bill Clinton it?
No.
Or, what's his name? Elon Musk it.
No, I'm not going to Elon Musk it.
Okay.
Well, do you mind? She is kind of
Well, it's
codependent.
a bit of a personal thing. I don't think you're going to want to hear this.
Where Calco. Circo. Cheer in charge.
Well,
It's okay, Chair. Don't worry.
We'll
I'll be fine.
We'll see if that holds true when you hear what I have to say. And she kind of walks off with you in tow, kind of giving you sideways glances.
Darius takes a puff, exhales off a cigarette, and just well, if they're trying to fuck, you trying to watch that, you little pervert.
You probably, with your perception, you probably wouldn't have heard that.
You can tell when two people are trying to go off on themselves, though, and that's normally what he sees.
Not with that perception. You got a pretty bad perception.
Also,
remember, it's passive perception for stuff like that. So,
Then I retract what I said.
as she walks away with you, probably about 15, 20 yards away from the group, she turns to you and goes, "That's a strange accent you've got.
Why, yes.
What parts do you be hailing from?"
Cal doesn't have to answer if Cal don't want to.
Depends on who's asking and why.
Well, as we've met Callis, my name is Villainy, and I was wondering, because you have such a strange accent. I can't entirely place it, but it is definitely strange.
Yes, I did get around quite often.
Oh, whereabouts?
All over the continents.
So are you purple all over?
Yes.
So even the twig and berries.
Why, yes.
So where else have you been?
Me or the twig and berries?
Well, let's say both.
As I said, I've been all over. I don't like to talk too much about my past.
Ah, okay. Because I'm guessing by the uniform, this one's from Hymist. And she keeps talking about how where you go, she goes. So I'm assuming then you're from Hymist?
From a manner of speaking, yes.
Oh, that's good. It's an odd Hymist accent. I served with them a bit during the war up in Hymist, and I've never heard any of them talk like the two of you.
Oh, it's okay. Yes.
I'm just... That's her coughing, not me. I'm just asking some questions. You're both armed, and I am not. I'm kind of at your mercy here. I'm just wondering, you got your friends talking about trust and everything, and keep telling you that you haven't been traveling together long, so I'm just wondering how long you're going to keep lying to the rest of them.
You said we haven't been traveling together long? Well,
the one I said, you all haven't been together maybe but a week, but he's also talking about trust. I was just wondering if you were going to finally own up to the fact that you're not from High Mist, especially dressing like that.
we've known each other for a long while.
Oh, the two of you? I can see that, the way she holds on to you. I've never seen I've never seen a kinderling that was so attracted to a tiefling as yourself, but
Attracted.
I-
That's a funny story.
I was just wondering, you see,
Not attracted to Gal.
Yes, no.
oh,
Is how you say codependent? Is did you pronounce it right?
She's in the friend zone.
you're using some words that I don't really know the meaning of, but I'm going to go ahead and sail on past that, and just, I'm only asking because, you see, I'm not really going to be a member of the Harless Brothers anymore, obviously. So, I've kind of lost my support network down in Brownwater. And from what the One Eye says, maybe a lot of you will be willing to help me out. Help me find a place to stay and maybe keep some coin in my pocket and some notes in my wallet. But I'm just a little worried because it seems like he doesn't really know who you are. And I'm not being accusatory here. I'm just asking.
Gal fought in last war with High Mist.
It's true
Fought
that
for High Mist.
we don't know much of anyone here. We're really getting to know them.
Well, this is just me extending an olive branch, as it were. Letting you know that should you need my assistance, you're gonna see just how well I can do things like though you're telling me you're from High Mist, I know you're really not. When I keep it to myself, when I don't tell anyone else in the group, you'll see that I can keep my teeth together. So maybe just think about that in the future.
I certainly will. You do seem like you do have some value information-wise. That's always a plus.
I can be very valuable to the both of you. So seriously, it's purple all over.
Yes.
Drops my pants.
Do we see that?
So they have walked away for a little bit, and they have an interesting conversation. You see Cheer kind of grab at him a little bit, and then after a while, you just see Callus just go, oh, and just drop his trowel. And as that happens, you hear a yip from Villainy as she kind of jumps back for a second, and
It's all purple.
that's slightly darker shade. Are you sure it's yours?
Yeah. Thank you.
A simple yes would suffice, but
Well, I gave you a yes. It didn't seem to suffice as I pull my pants back on.
okay.
Couldn't
Well,
resist, huh?
I'm glad we had this conversation. I'll be going now. And goes back and she just starts puffing hard on that smiley weed.
What? It's nothing you haven't seen before.
No, Cheer see it
19
too often.
for this roll check.
Cheer don't want to have to
So
see
what
it.
are you looking? Are you looking for small game, or are you just trying to get like tubers? Anything else to eat?
Small game.
Now, where you guys would have taken rest, you guys would probably have taken rest in what's called a barrel root tree. Okay, right by them. They're the only real trees that grow in this area because they can basically survive anywhere. I mean, they suck moisture from everything around them. It's really easy to tell the difference between a barrel root tree, which looks fairly similar to like a mangrove tree. It's easy to tell the difference besides the fact one is in a swamp, one is in a scrubland, but everything around, like no other plants really grow around a barrel root tree. I mean, because it literally just takes everything from everything else. It will kill anything else around it. But the good thing about barrel root trees is the earth beneath them always stays relatively soft. So you can find yourself a pair of conies that are hiding out within there.
Okay.
with your 19, you can spend probably 30 minutes setting up a rudimentary trap that will lure them out. You know, with just a bit of food, they come out to grab, and you manage to catch 2 of them.
Okay. Any forageable stuff also?
In the time given, that's pretty much what you're spending time on. These things are pretty sizable. Like you could probably get a meal between both of them. Probably 1 meal for everybody.
Okay.
Only one thing to do with the brace of conies.
Yeah.
Does that include skinning? Or do you want me to
Oh no, the skinning and stuff you probably would do later, unless you're gonna try to cook them right now. But
well, for camp tonight.
so you'd leave them the way they are. You just tie them up, put them on your belt. You know, slit. You tie them upside. I'm sorry. You take the legs, tie the legs together. You slit the throats, let the blood drain out as you're walking, and then you skin them later.
Gotcha.
Does the tree have any medicinal properties?
Go ahead and roll me a nature check.
Oh, not medicine?
Nope.
That is that a 14? Yeah, 14.
14? If you chew the bark, it tastes really bad, but it can get rid of constipation and headaches.
Like, yeah. I'll take some more.
Okay. So you can eat. Yeah, you can easily tear some off. There's 2 layers of bark to it. There's a much more fibrous layer, which is what you want to chew, and then there's a harder layer beneath that. So you just take off a few of the fibrous areas. You can shred those up and then put them in, to a pouch for later.
Do I happen to see him doing
He's probably doing this while you are having your conversation.
Now go ahead and cast Good Berry. The berries are good for 24 hours until eat.
Yes. So another good berry.
Hi.
Okay. You pass them around?
Find a place
Oh,
to stop.
the thing is, like, you're still full. Anybody who ate a berry this morning, you don't eat lunch. You have no desire to eat lunch. You still feel like you're full. But not overly full, not sluggish full.
Just find a place to stow them.
Okay. You have a backpack, unless you want to hand it to somebody else.
And stow them back.
Just put
Make
it
sure
in
they
your
don't
backpack?
become jam.
Okay.
Good jam.
Good jam.
Alright. So, once you all collect back up again, is anything else happening? Or are you all breaking camp and moving on?
I'm very disappointed in you picking up that disreputable smoking habit. Dirt Weasel, I thought you were better than that. Even
Cheers,
if you are
nothing
hiding
is.
this carrot.
Hey.
Can I have a wisdom
Cheers,
saving throw,
nothing
please? With advantage. Can I have a wisdom saving throw with advantage?
Does cheer look like
Something
effective?
unknown to us?
From intaking Smiley weed.
Effect or affect?
Oh, gotcha.
17.
17? Okay.
18 advantage, right?
You have advantage.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, you only took 1 puff.
It's good.
20.
You're fine. It mellows you out just a little bit, but it doesn't affect your focus. This is normally how you like to take it. Smoking a whole one is, that's when you want to have a great night's sleep type deal, Smoking, a few puffs, you may still toss and turn a bit at night, but you'll get a little better sleep. But Smiley, when we take a lot, is when you get that smile that won't go away. Very oddly, though, Villainy does not have that smile, and she has smoked probably more than half, but she snuffs it out and puts the rest of it away for later.
It was barrel wood?
Barrel. Yeah, a barrel tree.
Barrel bark.
Hey, Darius got rid of his coat, by the way.
Yeah, so your coat that's just all kinds of jacked up.
Yeah, that's gone.
Okay.
So that's his hat because I got hit by acid.
I do change into one of my sets of common clothes.
Okay.
Oh, you don't look as pretty now.
I know, it's such a shame. Such a pretty self.
You are a strange bunch of fellas. You know that? I think I'm gonna like you.
Did she not feel the interest for the purple people eater? Was that it?
What did I miss?
That one showed that one his package.
Well, I'm glad to see that you're.
You showed me the old twig and berries.
It really was a twig.
Oh, you're into the multicolored.
I was just curious.
Actually,
I'd never
one
seen a
color,
purple
thank you
penis
very
before
much.
that I hadn't given a few swift kicks to that region before.
Oh, so you didn't want to polish some Melbourne tin?
I don't really think I'm in the condition to do that. I'm a righty, so it's much too hard.
Can
I'm not
I
sure
be
it's
involved
like
in
that.
the discussion about my?
I'd prefer if you weren't.
No. Disreputable smileweed smoking troll.
Shut up!
Well, on a lighter note, as a peace offering to
To my piece?
no, to maybe help us feel better about each other. I've got dinner.
Ah, very nice. It's not slop.
I feel very good about Dirt Weasel, Snowflake, and Kitten Paws over there.
If you start that again, I'm gonna fucking punch you.
Well,
Was that in or out of character?
No, that was out of character.
No, that was it, not true.
You see Fionn snap and just attack him.
You go straight for the fucking
Alright, Furball. There we go, Furball. Anyway, Dirt Weasel, Snowflake, and Furball are okay. A little creeped out by Fancy Pants showing his pecker to everybody, but
Everybody?
wait.
You showed to everybody
You showed
that asked.
all of your girds to everyone last night.
I did not. I used his hat for modesty.
Well, I'm going to have to get a new hat now.
Well, you
Are
don't
there
like
stains?
smoking.
No.
But you think whoring and drinking is fine.
Those are reputable habits.
But Cal, you were looking at Giant Man's ass other day.
Why are you staring at my ass?
When was I doing
Smiles
this?
and then walks.
Just drops that grenade and walks away.
Inside check. Is she lying?
You know,
Does Gunner's cheeks clench?
Sure, go ahead.
That is a 17.
I'll let you know.
I'm thinking we'll get along fine with a few more, adjustment periods.
Well, since there happens to be nothing around here to
I know.
change in front of,
I don't mind seeing your pecker, but it's not something
Another
I
one hitting on you.
want to look at.
it's not my fault that everyone hits on me.
Despite the fact he dresses like a dandy, he's a bit easy on the eyes. Much
I'm-
more than the rest of you.
I'm
Except you, of
thinking
course,
you're
dear.
not-
You're very
not
easy
soiled
on the
enough.
eyes.
I'm
Funny
sorry.
taken.
I'm thinking you're not soiled enough. I got a little rabbit's blood.
No.
Yeah, we need to improve the
No,
smell.
no.
I can improve his smell.
Well, no peeing on it.
One gun do that.
No
Will you take me
spitting
for
on it.
uncultured?
Well, listen, you could say that.
Well, let's keep some culture here and not have me smelling like
Well,
your piss
no.
pot.
We need to get your culture out of your appearance.
I think I look like I belong with the rest of you right now. I don't want to look like your slave.
Well, come on.
No!
So after this little thing of you guys trying to dirty him up more, and those attempts failing, you all are able to break camp and continue your journey, still heading southwest. As you all move through, it's a fairly boring journey at this point. Nothing's really happening. Thankfully, the Yolkeps were well fed and well taken care of while you were within Creole Ranch, and you kind of know this area now, so you're almost backtracking the same path that you went. But you guys will have a choice to make. Are you going, when you head that way, are you guys going to go back the same way you came, just avoiding Brownwater? Or do you guys wish to cut through to the road, and then cut straight down to Vigor Ridge?
Well, I don't know this area well enough to make that choice. Any cartographers or explorers around? Wink, wink.
I'm a sporting gentleman.
Yes. You know something.
She is quite the navigator.
Oi.
Can lead us safely. I don't see why not. If it'll save us time.
Fanny knows how to do too.
I'm sorry. Did I just hear you say the word funny again?
Yes, Fanny.
Beyond.
You know what that means?
But
Yes, Chia has a problem saying words, and a lot of times she gets our names wrong, including her own.
Aye, but does she know what she's saying means not what she thinks it means?
Well, you take it easy on Dirt Weasel. She has a speech impediment.
Let's
I'm
just
just saying.
let it be our little joke. Though
Well-
you probably yes, I can.
Well,
I'm not
believe
sure
her
that
name
Fionn
is-
likes being called Fanny.
That's what she would say. She would say for me.
Aye, but that means, lady parts.
I thought I meant bum.
You know the
Ass.
Yeah.
the thing you use to, you know.
He's trying to say ass. You're calling her ass.
I'm just saying, one day she might not like it enough to.
Benny, can you navigate us to there?
Oh, right. Just like a woman. Ignore what I say.
They do ignore you a lot too.
Wait, you saved me life.
So which direction are you all gonna head?
Where are we? Are we like over here right now, or over here?
Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Where are we?
I'll be doing that too.
That is
see
a
if they know what
24.
they're talking
24.
about.
Go ahead and roll the map.
That's a net.
Yeah, no one can see the camera.
So
Put it somewhere
a
where the
day,
camera can
yeah,
see it.
a day's travel. Which,
From
well,
Brownwater?
if we're gonna do that, then we need to
Yeah.
hold it down. Yeah, if we're gonna do that, we need to hold it down. So I got another bag right there. There we go. Okay. Okay, so you all left Creel Ranch. You guys traveling a full day is going to put you right around here. So you guys at that point can decide whether or not you want to start the next day. You want to cut across. If you work hard or if you travel hard, as you guys did before to get to Creel Ranch the first time, you can make the journey to Brownwater in 2 days. If you want to stop in Brownwater. If you wish to cut across, you can. You could potentially make your way past Shield Maiden's March, probably by a few miles, depending on how you're able to travel for tomorrow. But then it'll be another day's travel to get to Vigor Ridge.
So 3 days going Brownwater way, 2 days going.
I say
Well, from here, it really depends on the terrain is rougher heading Brownwater way. The terrain is a bit more open trying to head straight to Vigor Ridge. It only gets rougher once you get closer to Vigor
Going
Ridge.
straight in would be 2 days to get to Vigor Ridge.
If you go straight in from at the end of today, it'll be 2 more days. So it'll be a 3-day journey. If you go Brownwater way, it's going to take you probably 3.5 days.
I say we just go get there as quick as we can.
So
Time
yes,
is of the
so
essence.
cut across Maidens and then go down to Vigor Ridge since
Okay.
it is. A
So you guys, so
time-sensitive thing.
after you guys camp tonight, on the next day, you guys will cut across to making your way towards the Shield Maiden's March. So the rest of your day, as I said, passes without incident, especially now knowing exactly what direction you guys want to head. Are we going to be doing for a watch order?
I'll go first.
Now this is spring, so you guys have a pretty even split to about 12 hours a day, 12 hours of light, or I'm sorry, 12 hours of night, 12 hours of light. So
3 watches?
when you finish, I mean, you could do 3 watches, but that's long watches. You guys, everyone needs a minimum of 6 hours of sleep in order to be able to actually recover and get a long rest. So in a group like this, if you run a watch, you want to run a minimum 4 watches. If you run 4 2-hour watches, even if you have multiple people.
Watch?
I'm sorry?
Is it light on the last watch?
By the time you guys pack up camp and are ready to leave, then you'll start to see light.
So I'll take second watch.
Yeah, at this point, the sunrise is still at about 6:45 or so.
I'll
So you
take
guys,
second watch.
okay.
I'll take first.
So
So
bacon.
I'll take first watch with Bacon.
So, and Sheer.
Sorry.
Anybody else with Gunner, or is Gunner alone?
It's got stick.
And One Eye.
Third.
Okay, Fionn is third. And who's
Well,
taking last watch?
I'm on the moon one, so maybe.
Great.
So that'd be the second or third.
Okay.
I'll take the last one.
Anybody else with Caliph?
Darius is a point of exhaustion, so he probably wouldn't stay awake.
And I actually need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Uh-oh. He's going to turn into the...
Yeah, 12.
12 plus 3 is 15.
15. You managed to stave off more exhaustion, but yeah, you'll need a full night's rest in order to recover. So Caliph will so Fionn will be alone and Caliph will be alone. Okay? Alright, so you guys make camp. You can skin and gut the conies. You guys can roar them over a fire if you want, or if you like, you can do as Samwise Gamgee recommends and put them in a stew.
Well, imagine.
But he doesn't have Titus, precious.
But you all have yourselves a nice meal for a change, a hot meal. Even being in Creole Ranch, obviously they're ranchans. They don't eat very well. They cheap on a lot of things out there. So you guys have yourselves a nice meal. You guys can finally start heading to bed. Villainy, she eats meagerly, like just kind of tasting the meat. She's still kind of messed up, but she falls asleep fairly quickly. Dakin and Cheer, I would like you both to go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Yeah.
14.
That is a 17.
Okay. During your watch, are you two doing anything of importance during your watch?
Is everyone asleep now?
Other than me.
Other than us, so
About an hour into your watch, you hear pretty much everybody snoring.
everyone's ready. So in the perfect Dwarven, since...
Yep.
What did you get today? I saw you
Uh,
tinkering with some sort of...
some barrelwood tree bark.
May I have some, please?
Do you even know what it does?
I'd like to experiment with things. I do have several vials of different concoctions that I have made. If you'd like, I do have some of the acid from that bug that we did harvest.
Yeah, I think I'm good on that. That wasn't.
I have its blood as well. It was quite interesting of a taste. A little bit of a tang to it.
You tasted its blood.
Well, yes, I need to know what it does.
It didn't coagulate.
Not quite. Didn't really affect me. It didn't make me vomit profusely or anything.
Can I do like a medicine chip or something?
Sure.
It is not the worst thing I have consumed, so...
That is a 22.
It should have made her vomit.
Interesting. That should have made you vomit.
Yolkeps.
What can I say? I have fought in the war and ingested interesting meals.
What front?
I fought for Hymist. Or Southgate, right?
Hymus.
Hymist.
And you fought in Southgate.
In Southgate. But I fought for Hymist.
What did
The
you guys
uniform.
eat?
When we were able to actually procure food, it was honestly whatever we could get. Some days, if we were actually at headquarters, which we would get to be occasionally, we'd actually have real food, not just grubs.
Interesting. Any medicinal properties of the stuff that the blood or the acid?
I'll get back to you on that one.
Still working on that? What exactly do you do with that?
Experiments.
What kind of experiments?
May I have some of the bark?
Right. I'll give you some. It's good for headaches and constipation.
Thank you. That should be amusing.
In what way?
Oh, I do like to mess with Cal sometimes. He annoys me, you know. He likes to think he's high society sometimes. It's hilarious.
If you're gonna make him not constipated, let's not do it.
Oh, I'll wait until we're at brown water if I do something
Yeah,
like
brown
that.
water. Yeah, the water will be brown.
Definitely.
Anything else from Dakin and Cheer?
Passive perception of a 17. Would this,
You're at a 7 right now because you're asleep.
Okay.
You two, your watch, nothing happens on your watch. Same thing as before. This is what you expected when you got to this region. That thunderstorm that came through, that was something unexpected. Almost completely clear skies, wisps of clouds here and there, but that's pretty much it.
Ooh, do we see the lights from the canyon or the fissure?
No. At this point, no. You're a little too far away from here. But one thing that I did not stress, but you all can see the trail. No, I'm sorry, you're not there yet. No,
Never mind.
never mind.
We don't
Never
know.
mind. So
We
you
don't
don't
know.
see that.
It
yet.
doesn't matter.
Does not matter yet. So
Afterwards, I'll just do my prayers to.
so nothing really happens on your watch. It's fairly quiet.
I'll use that.
Any bugs around? Little bugs?
Sure.
I'll grab some.
Okay.
Just put them in a bottle.
Gunner and One Eye. If I can get you guys to roll me a perception check, please.
I'll wake up Gunner. I'll wake up One Eye.
Oh, I will.
Wow. That was really. You
Okay.
I will actually go to where Cal is sleeping and grab the tail and just kind of curl up.
Okay.
24 for my.
24.
Cal seems
Okay, so
used to
23 and
this.
24. Okay. Are you guys do anything of importance on your watch?
Well, when I do perimeter checks, when I go outside the, you know, I'll just be on the lookout for those things that the Yolkeps eat.
Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
And if I can snag a couple, I'll snag a couple. 20. Not natural.
You actually know that those critters actually come from Golton.
Okay.
Here in Riville, there's a vast swamp out there. That's actually where those crickets are naturally found, and Riville has a very large business in breeding those.
Okay.
They make quite a bit of money for them. They're not indigenous to this area, so you wouldn't find any. And by the time you guys got to Krill Ranch, you would be out of the ones that you had in the mine.
Okay. So, substitutes?
Nothing really for Yolkep that's going to make them happy.
Okay.
It's like giving an apple to a horse. They love apples. I mean, they absolutely do. You could give it, you know, different kinds of grass and things like that to change up its diet a little bit. You know, make it.
I just don't want them to stop.
Well, don't mistreat them.
Okay.
I mean, that's don't push them too hard. Is pretty much the only thing you guys can do right now.
Alright.
So nothing else happens in you guys' watch.
Make sure she's tucked in.
Okay.
Aww.
With your own coat or what?
No,
Okay.
No.
Probably with my coat.
with her coat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just curl in a little bit more.
Okay. So you guys just kind of shoot them.
Hey, Horse Thief doesn't know my name, right?
No, I called you Charlie.
That works. Make sure nobody calls me by my name by Horse Thief. I don't know what she knows.
You've heard your name called several times in front of me.
She recognized me?
Well, I believe so, because the others use your name.
No, but did she recognize me?
You mean the lady that's all lined up?
Yeah, Horse Thief.
Well, if you keep calling her that, the sheriff's gonna ask questions.
Oops.
We're supposed to be helping her in return for her helping us at Vigor Ridge.
I don't remember making a deal. I said I wouldn't kill her. Haven't killed her.
You're hard to work with.
I'm the soul of charity.
That may be, but you're hard to work with. But,
No recognition, though.
alright, fine. She couldn't pick you out from any of the saloons if you were...
Great. Don't have to shoot her in the head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she wouldn't be able to know who you were.
No. She didn't know who I was.
I don't think anyone knows who you was.
Good.
I don't even know what happened to you after the last time we served.
Nothing. Nothing happened.
Well, okay, well,
I'm done talking.
alright.
You guys are. It's that tension that keeps you both kind of eagle-eyed and not looking at each other at all, and just focusing, hyper-focused on anything else, so you don't have to look at each other and continue the conversation. Nothing else is happening. I mean, it's a quiet night here. In the distance, you can hear a jackal yowl, but it's far off. From the direction the wind's blowing, it's probably miles away. When Fion's turn comes up, I'd like you to go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
That is a 11.
11. You're doing your nightly ritual.
Aye.
So, at this point, we'll go ahead and we'll tell this to people. Every night, you rise for an hour and you do a short ritual. Now, no one knows what this ritual is, but you ritualistically rise each night, and it seems to have to do something with the moon, always as it nears the horizon. This night is different from the previous night. You don't get that same feeling, but you also don't feel that same connection. Though the eye is open, it does not land upon you. It's what happens most nights.
Shadowed by the moon, or by the clouds.
No, while you can see its light and you can feel it, you don't sense that she looks upon you tonight. Not like she did previously. But your watch, as you are kind of distracted, your watch though still goes by unhindered, and you are able to very gingerly wake Callith, so that way you don't wake Cheer as well, unless you do not care. You feel a grip tighten on your tail.
Oh, thank you. It's okay. Just sleep here. Sleep next to her. She likes company.
You do your circle thing and lay down, and as soon as she feels you next to her,
Now she's latched onto my poncho.
yeah, she just latches on and starts pulling your poncho, which pulls you with it over onto her. Callith, if you go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Alrighty.
That's cocked.
Yeah, I was just saying, we roll that one.
I like the other one better.
You were
What
distracted.
are you thinking about all night?
What am I thinking about all night? I'm sitting here wondering if.
That's good. You should keep it to yourself.
Okay.
So, your watch passes painfully slowly, and you hear others start to rise as you get just a splash of color on the horizon, and you know that sunrise is probably about half an hour off at this point. Everyone slowly comes to. Villainy comes to, and you see her spark a spark stick and light up. She takes a few puffs, puts it out, puts it back in her pocket. You all can have yourselves a very quick breakfast, as you all are wont to do. Good berries. You have a breakfast of good berries?
Hey.
Yes, everybody has. Okay. You have 8 good berries, and there are 8 people here, so there's enough for each if you all would like to. There would be no leftovers from the conies the previous night.
Yeah. No.
Well, thank you very much for your kind contribution to my well-being.
It's strange.
And it's oddly filling. It's so weird. You feel like you ate a full meal, but you don't feel stuffed.
These berries are
Would
good.
it be a history check to see if I know anything about this?
No idea what this is. This is the first time you've ever seen something
Well,
like
you've
this.
got to,
Stuffing.
you've got to tell me where you harvest those berries so I can maybe harvest them and sell them back in Brownwater.
These things are particularly useful. I mean, I feel
Would I know if it's a magic or
full.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Go ahead and roll me a.
nature?
Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
May I roll one too?
Sure.
5.
5. You've never heard of magic like this, though. You know magic can create things. Magic can imbue things. I mean, magic, especially Accium. This doesn't seem like it's Accium though. Anything that you've ingested that has Accium leads to it makes your mouth numb.
14.
14? Same thing.
You hear a little
You've
bit of
never
chanting and so
seen
on.
magic like this. It's definitely magic, but you've never seen magic like it. You're not sure if she's conjuring them. You're not sure if she's imbuing them. You're not sure what she's doing.
What is the chanting in Sylvan that I hear?
Sounds like a bit of a prayer. To that one.
A prayer to Leoel. You know Leoel as the Moons. Though the worship of the Moons, that's news to you.
Alright, I'll make you a deal. You keep feeding me these here good berries. They're tasty. And I'll call you by your real name.
Okay.
Alright, that's a deal.
I
Fian.
want someone to
Well, I
draw
saved your
that.
life.
Yeah, just
For a berry? I'm not feeling too good.
They're real good berries.
his loyalty is cheap.
Once you even out the score, you get to have a name again.
I saved your life.
Once. I've saved yours 4 times. 5.
Really? So now we're counting.
I was always counting.
That's
Oh.
6 fingers you have up.
No, 1 for him, 5 for me.
Ah, okay. I see.
At this
Yes, it would be 6.
At this point, Villainy kind of shuffles her way over and looks at you. If you don't mind, I could be using some tender love and care.
If you mean healing, then I got you.
Oh, that's exactly what I've been feeling. Big man, if you got the moment before we settle up, I'd like to have a few words with you about Vigor Ridge.
Why?
Well, I understand that you like to say things and you have trouble keeping certain words in your own mouth. So I'd like to just have a conversation with you if you don't mind.
I don't have trouble doing anything.
He just pisses people off naturally.
Well,
Do I need to shoot you?
if you don't want to speak to me, I understand, but it's just a word or two.
Fine.
I thank you. If you don't mind, I'd be needing that attention now.
Alright.
Go and roll me a medicine check.
It's a 19.
19. She's gonna be in particularly bad pain today and probably tomorrow. But with administering this tomorrow, she should recover some of her function again. Maybe not in the arm. You're still up in the air on whether or not she's actually going to regain use of it. But definitely, it's going to help her with walking and movement. She's not going to. She shouldn't. After that, she shouldn't be in the constant pain. But this is a part where skin is literally knitting itself back together. It's a very painful process. So after that happens, and as everyone's saddling up, she, I'll come back to you in just a moment. I just need to have a word with your friend.
Oh, does the healing give you any headaches or anything?
No headaches, just aches everywhere else.
Right.
But those berries are good. They help prevent the constipation. She, a word then, if you don't mind.
Fine.
She walks away with you a little bit. As she's walking, I know you're not the fan of the smiley weed. Is there any other vices that you have that we might be able to do right now? Something that maybe we can bond a bit over. I'm a bit of a whiskey girl myself.
Shooting people.
Well, that's not really something that I do. I've actually never killed anyone in my life, and I'd like to keep it that way. But I was wondering, it seems like you're from Southgate. Is that true?
What if it is?
It's just a bit strange. It seems as if you're trying to cover up your accent a bit.
I'm not covering up a damn thing.
So you weren't born around that area. You're born somewhere else. You have to understand. I've never seen a man quite as tall as you. I mean, even the hairy-eared fella is a bit shorter than you. And I know his people tend to be really tall.
You're flattering me.
I'm simply telling the truth, though. You don't think you're taller than him?
I know I'm taller than him. You're
Well,
still
then-
flattering.
I'm not. I'm doing no such thing. But if I was flattering you, is it getting me anywhere?
Haven't shot you yet.
That's a good sign. I was just wondering, being from Southgate myself, fought in the war, you know, did some things after the war that I'm not necessarily proud of. You know, ran in certain circles.
Horse thieving.
Not so much. How about you? What'd you do after the war?
I am a gentleman of leisure.
You don't seem like it. She looks over and kind of glances back at the purple one. There's a gentleman of leisure. I don't think you really qualify as that.
I may have settled arguments for people.
Oh,
Defending my own honor, of course.
oh
In
that's
a perfectly legal fashion.
that's very interesting. Did you run with anybody else, or were you what they call a solo act?
What do you care?
Oh, I'm just curious. Looks like I'm going to be traveling with you all for a little bit, and just wanted to see who, if any of you are going to stick a barrel against my head and pull the trigger sometime at night. Just trying to get to know you a bit. And if what your friend One Eye has told me, Gunner, is that in Brownwater, you're maybe helping me out, as I know a few things about a few things, and as the Harless brothers won't be taking me back into the family, I may be needing a bit of help. And I want you to know that despite the fact that you haven't told everyone everything, your secret's safe with me.
What secret?
Oh, I think you know. But don't worry. I won't be telling anyone.
Fair enough. This is what I'm going to tell you. I decide to kill you. You'll be awake, you'll be facing me, and you'll have a weapon in your hand.
Oh, that's how I'd prefer it. If I'm going to die, I'd like to die with me boots on.
I don't know if you'll have your boots on or not.
I'm sure you've known many men who have died with boots on. Lots of close people.
Anyway, you can fuck off now.
That's okay. I'll be fucking off myself. Go and roll me an insight check.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, it was kind of cocked. It was like,
Okay. Oh. 13.
Okay.
Nope.
It's just something. It's just something. Not sure what, just something. Okay. You all can collect up and begin your travel again. Try to push a little bit more. You all can see the Shield Maiden's March, which travels from Uruk all the way down to Brownwater. You guys are able to see the Shield Maiden's March from over 2 miles off, as every 200 yards in the Shield Maiden's March is a 30-foot tall pole. Set upon it is carvings with the name of one of 700 women who fought with the other Shield Maidens to drive back the Wildeven that attacked not 50 years before. This is the memorial to them. They are seen as heroes of Tethys. Yes.
Why do they call them shield men? Do they use shields?
They did indeed. While they had no firearms, they did whatever they could to create their own weapons, and while they all died in the attempt, the Wildeven's back was broken enough from that attack that they retreated. So they are heralded as heroes. And this is their heroes' memorial. Shield Maiden's March is, especially as this is spring and it is a nice day, fairly busy. If you look either direction, you can see people on the horizon. Though you don't run into any people that are near you when crossing the road is definitely being used. There are still more people ever presently moving into Brownwater, as you all did not at this point over a week past. Traveling beyond the Shield Maiden's March, you all continue heading at this point almost due west. You head until the sun begins to hang low into the sky, and just at the edge of the horizon, now coming up, you can see what looks to be a strangely jagged slate gray spike that is slowly rising from the horizon as you get closer. And you know that that is Vigor Ridge. You keep the same watch order?
yep.
Yes.
Okay. So, yet again, I would like the Dakin and Cheer to go ahead and roll me perception checks, please.
13.
17.
17. Okay. This night, it's a bit warmer than it has been. Maybe you're finally getting that summer warmth coming through as the nights have just been a little too cold. Maybe it's finally going to start warming up over the next few days. And though you can still hear movement along the Shield Maiden's March even at this time of night, there's nothing else that happens. Do you all do anything during your watch?
I'll talk to him.
Nothing of import? Or...
So where do you come from?
Up
As
north.
I'm walking around just like on one foot to the other and just like that. Up north? Where up north? I know some places up north.
Telek.
Would I have gone through there? I've actually not been through there. I would enjoy going and seeing it one day.
Not too many people have. It's sparsely populated. A lot of wooded areas.
I'm sure there's interesting things there.
Only I'm putting it.
Did you not like your home place?
I
Was it
wouldn't
a
say that.
rough environment or something?
Environment itself isn't rough.
The
Not too
people
many.
then.
No, not that.
The other people.
Which other people? Not too many humans up there. At least not where I live.
I know they can get a little bit oppressive when it comes to races other than themselves.
My town, well isolated. Not too many people know about it.
Pick up a piece of charcoal from the fire that's like obviously cold and just keep it, play with it and make sure it marks. Interesting.
Was.
I'm sorry that you're no longer there and not happy. You seem slightly depressed about it.
I have my reasons.
Running from family.
No, I am not.
So it's a duty then. To your god.
Yes.
Interesting.
Can I kind of look her, see if she has any markings of the blight? Oh, would that be perception?
Perception.
11.
Though you now get a better idea of that half moon scar on her cheek. It clicks now for you for the first time. That looks like a gun barrel from a 6-gun. It's the same shape, same diameter. It looks like it was shot until the barrel was hot and then pressed upon her face.
Would I know if there's any significance to that other than maybe like a threat?
Probably just pain. You don't know it is a mark of any kind.
Okay. So, what happened
I
there?
walk over to Cal. What do you mean?
Yeah.
One moment. So one moment is a whisper and then lightly color his horns until, if he starts to stir.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
Well, it wasn't the natural 20, but
So what do you start drawing on him?
No, just lightly color the tips.
Of
His horns.
yeah, so
Okay.
it's 16.
so she gets one of the horns colored, and you kind of start awake.
So back up immediately.
Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check against that perception roll that you just
So
made.
the 13?
16.
16.
Okay. That's a 13.
13?
So no.
Yeah, you see her take what looks to be some kind of charcoal and just put it in her pocket and just give you a very very caught in the act look.
I chuckle a little. Ucha.
Good night, Cal.
Good night.
Go to sleep. That happened, and then I wait until he goes to sleep. Cal actually does know about it, and so just will it right back into Dwarven. It happened during the war. It was a threat of sorts. Things happen.
Did you deserve it?
I would like to say no. I'm sure they would say yes. It is all a matter of point of view or perspective.
So
Okay.
How exactly did that happen?
I'd rather not talk about it.
We all have our secrets.
Yes, I'm sure we all do.
Okay. The rest of so that watch again passes with nothing happening. Well, gunner in one eye. If you guys would like to roll me a perception check, please.
18.
That would be a 12.
As you're waking up and getting into watch, you happen to glance over at Villainy, and you see that she's awake for a moment. You kind of catch her eyes for a minute. She makes eye contact with you. You see her kind of smile, and then close her eyes and seemingly go back to sleep.
Sorry, I got crosswise.
Well, you know, I tolerated them on account we served together.
Get a little grumpy. Horse thief knows more than she should.
Well, it's not because of me. Daughter's username.
Never said it was your fault.
Well, you know, with your demeanor on
Yeah, I said I'm sorry.
it. Well, apology accepted.
Tobacco?
Why not?
You use a pipe or you roll it in the...
I'll pull out a pipe.
Okay.
Cider?
Oh, no.
Oh, you've already drinking that one.
A little bit left.
Little bit left.
Whorehouse flyer. If you need to go back, be alone.
He pulls out a piece of paper with the Mill of Broken Hearts on it, and
Well,
there's
I
a
just-
very overly busty woman with an overly big posterior that is on the flyer, drawn very poorly.
Oh no.
You want to do that?
I like
again?
that place, but only for bathing.
I keep this for special occasions.
Well, you know,
No.
Oh no.
I heard about a female orc there that, you know, the innkeeper told me about her.
I done told you I don't pay money for that.
Well, you just said whoring around, and that implies a woman is selling her body for money.
Or she gives it away for free.
Well, that's just promiscuity.
Yeah, she's a whore.
I think there's a definite difference between whore and slut.
The semantics of this bore me.
Aye.
You guys actually have quite a long discussion about the semantics between sluts and whores. You end up getting nowhere, but it keeps you guys occupied for your shift, and fair enough. It goes fairly quickly, but you don't see anything. Very dark night. You're able to wake Fionn as you did the previous night. Fionn, if you'd like to go ahead and roll me your perception check.
That's another 11.
Okay. As before, same thing. Typically in your rituals, you don't really feel the eye upon you. You understand Leowell. She has so much to look after. And just the fact that you have felt her gaze once or twice before in your life is something amazing. Though you can't help but be just a little disappointed every night that she doesn't. You understand. And you have other parts of the ritual that we won't go into yet until somebody actually sees you do the ritual. But your shift passes, and you're able to wake Callith. Do you do the rest of your nightly ritual and help cheer sleep? Now, is Fionn doing this begrudgingly, or does she actually seem to enjoy it?
Little column D.
Okay. So she begrudgingly enjoys it. All right, gotcha.
So she
Callum,
just, like,
you
shifts
can wake,
from
and
this
if you
area.
can go ahead and roll me your perception check, please.
You good?
It's better. That is a 16.
You spend your night. You're looking around. You know, nothing's really happening. I mean, you hear some hooting of some desert owls. You can hear the buzz of some cicadas off in the distance. You can hear crickets. During your watch, you notice that Villainy seems to be awake as she continues to shift around.
I try not to make it obvious that I noticed.
Okay. You don't do anything else during your shift? Okay. The next day, Villainy is actually the first to awaken. And when she does, she makes a beeline over for Dakin. Shakes Dakin awake. And with a very concerned look upon her face, "Can you help me, please? I'm in quite a bit of pain."
Yeah. My bit. Just.
Collect yourself. I'm gonna go smoke this whole bloody thing until I start feeling better. And she heads off a bit. And she can't move very much. You can still see she's very much favoring that hip pretty badly. She sparks it up as best she can, and which is kind of hard, you know, with one arm. But she sparks it up as best she can, and she just starts puffing at it, and she's staring off into the...
I'll help her light it.
She thanks you. She just kind of stares off to the, at this point, the southeast. Just kind of staring off and until you assist, she puts it out and allows you to assist her. At that point with this, she screams in pain. And you can feel the muscle around her hip bone finally knitting and solidifying together. And after a very sickening pop that almost makes your stomach turn, she just, oh God, that's so much better. Oh Jesus, I hate this shit.
Sometimes healing takes pain.
Oh, hi. How many more of these treatments do I have?
Just one more. Just one more. Tomorrow should be good.
We'll know then whether or not the arm's gonna be semi-usable or usable at all.
Can I do a medicine check?
Go ahead.
It's a 24.
with your very skilled care in helping assisting her, it looks like though she's definitely going to have to spend some time to strengthen it up and to be able to get some use back in it. She probably is going to use or lose probably about maybe 20 to 25% of the usefulness of her right arm, but she'll at least be able to use it. She'll probably never use it to like fight or shoot a gun again with any kind of discipline, with any kind of proficiency.
It'll heal. Just won't be as useful with it as you would have been.
Well, it's better than having it cut off, I guess.
Very much so.
Thank you very much for your help. Say, big man, where being about you from? No offense to you or anything, but I've seen orcs, I've seen elves, I've seen Wildevin, I've seen Elevin, I've seen goblins, I've seen gnomes, I've seen all kinds of kinderling. I've never seen anything quite like you.
From up north.
North is a big place.
Tell it.
Wow, that's a strange place. That's adds a bit more to the mystery. I'm glad to hear that. Definitely, it gives you much more of an air about you. But I won't ask you too many questions. If you're wishing to be talking to me, you have only to ask. Seeing as how I owe you quite a bit.
Where are you from originally?
I was born and raised in Southgate. Fought in the war, ran with some bad people, came down to Brownwater to try to work in the mines. Not much for gunplay and stuff, but found that, the Guild of Gilliam, they're not much for having women in the mines, you feel me, especially Elevin. Say our backs aren't strong enough for the work. So I went back into Brownwater, had a few notes on me, so I was able to stay for a while. But after a while I fell in with the Harless brothers, and well, the rest, as they say, be ancient history.
In Elvish. You said you fought with Southgate. Do you happen to know these two?
In very, very broken Elven, like she probably hardly ever uses it, and says a lot of words wrong. No, don't recognize either of these two people. Never met Spaghetti.
I know, but okay, I'll correct her.
I don't be using that tongue much. Not much use, but for common for me.
You're up north until I probably brush up on that.
I won't be heading that way. To be fair, I don't think I'm going to be making it out of Brownwater anytime soon. But thank you for the offer.
No problem. Like I said, tomorrow should be healed.
That's great news. Because about sundown today, we should be reaching Vigor Ridge. So it'd be nice to get some use back.
Definitely. Do you know any places to stop by the night, Vigor Ridge?
I definitely know a few people that you might be wanting to hire a tent from that want to immediately try to kill you in your sleep and take out all the shit upon you and sell it to whoever they can.
In your opinion, should we still keep a watch?
I definitely think that's wise.
Good to know.
Aye. After breakfast, is there anything else anybody's doing in the morning or no? Okay. You all can collect up. You do Goodberry again? Okay.
That's very good. I was saying before, if I have the spells, I'll use it.
Okay. Once again, you guys have the berries. Same as before. They fill you up nicely.
Keep this up. You guys will have no use for it.
Darius has just been like looking at us.
What are we talking about? You're good for dinner.
And stabbing people.
He's been more contemplative
And
after
that's
the whole
quite
shit.
a compliment.
So all of you have noticed at various times through the travel, especially today, Darius kind of intently studying the tattoos that run, now that you can see them, as his jacket has been torn asunder, and the shirt he wears isn't a full sleeve shirt, or do you have it just pulled up?
No, it's not full sleeve.
Okay. So it looks like the sleeves have been cut off, in the most douchebag way possible. And you can see all of his I'm just kidding.
Wow.
You can see all the tribal tattoos.
I was about to say that.
But he has tattoos covered. It's from the back of your hand, correct? Or just from the wrist?
From the back of both hands, like on the fingertips.
Yeah,
And stuff.
so all the hands are
Wow.
covered. You wear fingerless gloves, correct?
Yeah.
Fingerless gloves?
No.
No gloves at all.
Gloves.
Okay. So yeah, you can see, at first you just thought those were tattoos on his hands, but they go all the way up to the shoulders, and they cover the entirety of both shoulder blades. And he seems to be just kind of studying it intently every once in a while. When he notices somebody noticing him, he kind of stops and waits a while, and then you see him doing it again.
Walk
then-
over to him one of the times I see that.
Well, you're riding at this point.
Oh, okay. Right up next to him. You know, you're looking at those like you've not too loud for everyone to hear, but you're looking at those like you've never seen them before.
They change a little bit every time.
Interesting.
What do you mean change? Just like-
Button in.
If you wish to, anybody who wishes to try to overhear their conversation has to make a perception check.
I'm focused on.
I definitely heard it.
Oh yeah.
And you?
15.
No, you
The
don't hear it.
cat hears everything, including the
So,
parts of the goat.
Fionn, you're the only one that hears this, whether you want to interject or not. You can use the information as you wish. Okay? Nobody seems to notice. You don't know. You don't.
Fan can hear gopher farts.
Yes, you can.
You don't get the sense that anybody heard you guys of your short conversation, but you have your answer.
I didn't put these on myself.
I figure that. You seem a complicated person, very tormented by this.
Well, that's the last thing my mama did before she got promoted.
Is put those tattoos on you?
Yep.
Do you know who murdered her?
He debates on it for a second, just kind of like stares off. Well, Paul wasn't the nicest man.
Was it him, or did you have one of these turning moments?
Paul wasn't the nicest man.
Understood.
Silence kind of deafening after hearing that. You guys travel through the day, kind of skipping lunch today. Obviously, as you all are still hungry, and even Villainy is now feeling better, like she doesn't need to take a break midway through the day to stretch her legs. Yolkeps give a bit of complaint, but not too much, as you guys are moving at a regular pace. I mean, you guys aren't trotting, it's just literally walking there. As you guys continue, by the time you start getting down, close to sundown, you can start to see that gray spire, that almost, at first from a distance it looked like it was like a blade sticking out, but as you get closer you can see it looks like a jagged, cavity-ridden tooth that is literally like jutting from the ground and just sitting there. There's large hills around it, and on these hills and abutting against this very large obelisk are tents. A tent city that does dwarf Squatter's Plot in size. Though Squatter's Plot seem to have some semblance of an organizational pattern to it, this does not. This looks like wherever people stop, that's where they set up tent. And there are the cacophony of cacophony, sorry. The cacophony. No, you know what? The cacophony. The cacophony of the people in this area is staggering compared to the quiet of the prairie that you guys have been in the last few days. There are people milling about. There are people going about their business. There seems to be a yelling and screaming. You can see several different areas of bonfires. Sorry, that's a little loud. You can see several different bonfires. Yes.
I say... Villainy, answer me a question.
Ask me a question.
What's the penalty for killing someone in Vigor Ridge?
Well, my suggestion is, if you be killing someone, don't go to Brownwater and tell the sheriff about it.
Well, no, in case they try to take our Yolkeps or...
Well, I would suggest that you stop them from doing that.
I'll improvise.
That's what everyone does here in Vigor Ridge.
Alright.
Let's try to avoid the killing if we can.
I'll have me hand on me dagger at all times.
Now, you all be trying to find 5 very ostentatiously difficult to hide Yolkep within Vigor Ridge itself. Now, like Brownwater, word travels fast in a tent city. No walls, you see, to stop the sound from traveling. So,
Do the honor script?
they'll take your notes, or they'll take coin. Either way. I think coin tends to turn more heads within Vigor Ridge than notes do, as most of these people aren't allowed in Brownwater, if you understand my meaning. But I would suggest that we go to one of these pubs that they have springing up. Random places. But that's where I would start. Start maybe listening or asking for some information. Maybe even, if you wish, try to be prospective buyers. Though, if you're going to do that, I would suggest you get the purple one there to put back his dandy clothes on. No one is going to believe that the lot of you got a few thousand notes to buy those Yolkep.
They'd be asking that much?
Aye.
Some expensive
Why do you
Yolkep.
think? Why do you think Egon decided to take those particular Yolkeps?
Wait,
Do you know why there's so much?
Well, I mean, there's not. I don't exactly know, not 100%, because Egon didn't really say anything. But there's been a bit of a rumor going around. See, when Guillaume came in and set up the 6 mines to the south of Brownwater, and silver started flowing through, the other guilds came down to Brownwater. You had Berrigan, who's only been around for what I understand, about a year. I mean, I've only been around for about 3 months myself. And Vesher, they immediately went into bed straight with the Creel family. You know, similar interest and all that. But from what I understand, there's certain members of the Creel family that don't like associating with the Vesher Guild, if you feel me. They prefer the older ways. And Vesher is they're quite stringent with allowing Yolkeps and other creatures that are this quality to be bred just willy-nilly and sold to whoever about. So if it's my guess, someone in the Creel family doesn't really want Vesher to find out about the Yolkeps, and that's why they're trying to have it returned in an expedient and relatively quiet fashion. It's also why they couldn't be sold within Brownwater.
Do you know where they might be here? An
It's a-
idea?
It's a big place.
wait.
She's got a point.
If you say that he needs to dress up,
Well, that's if you're going to pretend to. I wouldn't dream of telling any of you how to do your jobs.
this
Good
brings
plan.
up a good point.
It's a good
Maybe
plan.
if we look for people that dress normally like you, we can identify possible buyers.
That's actually a pretty good plan too. Maybe an even better plan. Ah, I knew there were some brains behind that eye patch.
Why? Never lost them.
Well, good. Let's keep that tight up there so they don't fall out.
I don't know, Calvin could put his cunning hat back on.
Wait. So, do you want
After you buy me a new one.
Do you want to remain a soiled folk, or would you like to put your
Dandy.
dandy clothes back on?
You know what? I think I'll just blend in today.
Well, while we ride down to this flower of civilization and find us a watering hole.
Aye,
How many of your
but I think that we'll have to watch our Yolkeps.
Do you partake in liquor?
a little bit?
Oh, damn, I was gonna elect him Yolkep watcher.
I'll watch him.
You can't drink.
I didn't say that. I just don't drink much.
Not Dirt Weasel. She drinks a lot.
True.
Well,
Drink lots.
it is settled then. I'll watch the Yolkeps and kill anyone who tries to take them.
Hey, don't you be killing without me. That's a 3-note day.
Well,
How about if that comes to pass, just do it without me.
I'll call out your name nice and loud like.
Excellent. Then I'll use my gun and it'll be a 3-note day.
So, you all decide to go ahead and make your way into Vigor Ridge, among the tents, to find a watering hole. Yes?
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll be using the
So-
expertise of
As you all slowly walk in, the sun setting in the west. We're going to take a quick break.
Excellent. Break.
We're going to stretch our legs, grab some snacks. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll be finishing up tonight's session, so please bear with us. We'll be And we're back to finish up episode 6 of the Guns of Erroll. So, you all have now, on Yolkeps back, entered Vigor Ridge. With tents slowly moving past you as you move deeper in, people stopping and very clearly looking in your direction as you all can tell, doesn't seem like many of these people own Yolkeps.
Hold up, hood up.
Okay. And you don't actually have a hood, so you just like pull it up. So you look like Cornholio. I'm just kidding.
You know, I get the feeling we should have left these out of town.
Is it like Django, Django Unchained when they just both come riding in on horseback?
No, I don't know what that is. I'm kidding. It's kind of like that. How they were just staring at them the whole way.
You hurt my feelings for a second, David.
I know. Yeah, it pretty much it's people stopping their tracks. A lot of conversations immediately cease as they're watching you pass by. No one's staring at you with ill intent. No one has murder in their eyes. But very much what's happening right now doesn't happen here in Vigor Ridge all the time.
I flash my shield as a poison.
Okay.
Make it obvious that.
Go and roll me a perception check.
That's 12.
When you do, you see a few skinnier people that seem like the rags they've been wearing they've probably been wearing for weeks, if not longer. You see a couple of them whisper to each other, and one of them immediately takes off, while another one slowly begins to just walk behind you.
And do it inside.
You didn't really see enough to be able to get an insight off of it. You just noticed that, and this person is following you. Well, I should say the other two are following you.
I know somebody following us.
What's your passive perception?
13.
No. They're kind of staying back. A lot of people are still moving about you guys.
Yeah.
It's like you guys are Moses and the Jews going across the Red Sea. As people would come at you, they break around. Some will stop and slowly move in your direction and kind of watch, but nobody seems to be intently following you.
Do I notice the two tails?
What's your passive perception? 50. You see it after a while. It takes you a little bit, but as you start to hear what sounds like very, very poor guitar playing that seems to be coming from the distance, you start to see lights from what looks to be it's probably an attempt at what they did with the Bent Pig Pub. At the Bent Pig Pub, they took a circus tent and they repurposed it for the Bent Pig Pub. This looks something like something similar, except they sewed a whole bunch of regular sized tents together to do that. And you can hear this music is Beethoven compared to what's coming out of this place. Whoever's playing this guitar and who's singing, they're singing off key and they don't really know how to play the guitar that well. But hey, it's a melody, right?
In the guitar.
This is the first gathering point that you all have seen.
Wait, what is the ground like?
The what?
Ground.
The ground like? It's
Muddy?
No.
Packed?
it's hard packed earth.
So, who did we decide was going to watch these Yolkeps?
I thought one I volunteered.
Ah, yes. We should probably get off of them. They're attracting a lot of attention.
Why?
Villainy looks over at you and, if you don't mind, I'd like to go inside with you. I could really use a drink.
Alright, well good. I'll help her down.
Okay. More people have gathered around as you help Villainy off. And she kind of stretches a bit and goes and turns to walk in the bar. You feel a tugging upon the left side of your chainmail.
I look over.
Now, you're about 8 feet tall. So the person that's tugging on you is probably an average sized human. She looks like she hasn't had a very good meal in a while. You can see skin pulled tight over muscle that doesn't look like it's been nourished by actual food. Her cheeks are sallow. Her eyes are sunken into dark sockets in her face. Her black hair appears to be stringy and thin and very greasy. In her arms, she has a child, what looks to be probably 3 or 4 years old. And you can tell from the look of her eyes, she's either been crying or it's just a perpetual thing of moisture in her eyes. She's just one of those people. As she looks up at you with that sheen in her eyes, are you a brother of the church? Do you possess the healing hands?
Can I look at the child real quick?
Go and roll a perception check.
It's a 7.
7. Kid is kind of tucking its way. It's definitely malnourished, but doesn't appear to be as malnourished as the mother is. But is basically trying to curl its body into hers, and you can see that she's struggling against the weight a bit.
I am, actually. You all need help?
Yes, I'm in great need of help. You see, my younger son, he's very sick. He's had fever for days. We don't have much in the way of food and water to spare, and I'm afraid he's gotten worse. Can you come with me, please?
I'll kind of motion over to, I guess, the first person I see.
You see Cheer just sitting in the back of your Yolkep.
Right. You're gonna save them all, are you?
As many as I can.
Aye. And, what if we need some of your skills?
I have ways. I don't need to use all my magic.
Well, I'll leave it up to you then. I'll protect the Yolkeps. But, if you're going away from here, who's going to protect you?
That's why I need someone to come over.
So I'm supposed to waste my time to go take care of some tent trash?
Well, definitely not your time, big man. Thought we were going to get a drink.
Why don't you go?
I like horse thief's plan.
Could you keep it down a bit, please?
Sorry.
Even here, that's not seen as a good
Go
thing.
with Cal and her. Don't call words. Don't say words, and we'll have Fanny go with Bacon.
It sounds like you're just guessing.
Sing it.
So you trot over beside him.
I go
She-
with you.
Thank you, please. It's this way. It's a bit of a walk, but I appreciate it. And she begins walking through the crowd.
I'll follow her.
Make a sign if you need something.
When
I can be roll out if I need to be.
when Cal dismounts, he disappears,
Okay. So you try to sneak, or
Yes.
you... Okay.
and then disguise self.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please.
Right? It's pretty good. 18.
18. This is like something out of like one of those movies where they see you walking in the distance, and you walk past the tent, and now you're a different person. No one seems to be paying you any real mind. Most people are staring off at the giant furry-eared man with a walking metal beacon of the Church of Sabbath. So, so it's Fionn and you going. Is anybody else going with them?
I'm staying with the Yolkeps.
Okay, so you're staying with the Yolkeps. There is a hitching post that you can tether them to, so you're not standing there just holding the reins of them. Looks like it's there more for show, just in case someone comes in with one of these. But there are a couple of other Yolkeps that are tethered up to this post.
Now, in this world, is it like the old West where each Yolkep has a scar marking who owns them?
These Yolkeps that you guys are riding are all branded as the Vesher.
Okay, and do I see any identifying marks on the other Yolkeps?
Go and roll me a perception check.
17.
17. They are also Vesher.
Okay.
I'll address the Yolkeps, all of our Yolkeps. You keep each other safe. One eye. Safe.
Every time you talk to them, it seems to freak them out just a little bit. But they just
Oh my god.
And you see one of them just kind of looks at you, and you're not sure what it means, but as looking at you in the eye, it just sits down. And that, like fat baby way that they kind of sit, just... And then looks off. But, do you think you got your point across? So, he stays back with the Yolkeps. The two of you head off in the direction of following this lady. What are the four of you doing? You've disappeared, so what are the three of you doing? And what are you doing once you are in your new disguise?
Yeah.
And what is your new disguise?
My new disguise is drop my height down to as close as average as I can get.
So you're about like 5'10",
Yeah.
5'8".
Nondescript human male.
Okay. So it looks just like everybody else, kind of.
Just like everybody else.
Okay. And when you do that, what are you doing?
I'm going to mingle in and start looking for people who look out of place and listening.
Okay. And what are the three of you doing?
Bar.
I go with gentlemen.
Villainy follows you up to the bar. As she gets there, same thing. So this place isn't entirely packed. Okay, there's plenty of people here drinking, but this isn't like the Ember Inn. Okay, it's not that. It's not even close to the Bent Pig Pub. There's nothing on the floor. It's just the hard earth. Tables look like they've been cobbled together from whatever they can find. Looks mostly like just busted up pieces of wagon that they've turned on their side and are using as makeshift tables. There's not a proper chair or table in the entire place. The bar is just piled boxes, and the guy stands behind there and he's just pouring stuff into cups. When somebody finishes the cup, he takes it, fills it, and then hands the cup to somebody else.
Civilization.
When you walk in, the bartender looks up at each of you and, it's coin here. We don't accept no notes. You got coin? Take a seat wherever you like.
How much?
Well, what you looking for? I got a few drops of some brandy left, but that's going to cost you a bit. But if you're looking for just something that isn't going to give you dysentery, well, that's going to cost you 2 copper.
How much brandy?
I can get you maybe 2 mouthfuls for a man your size.
That's all you got?
That's what I got.
How much?
5 notes.
2 mouthfuls.
Hey, it's in high demand. That's why I got 2 mouthfuls left.
And
5 gold, my man.
give us the horse piss.
All right. Let's see some copper. Rain it on down.
Throw 1 silver on the bar.
Okay. That'll do just fine. And he hands you 4 very, very dirty cups filled with very, very murky looking liquid.
You owe us another cup.
You right. And he puts another one down. And when I say cups, this is about twice the size of the cups they hand you. And they're about 3/4 of the way through.
I smell it.
Doesn't smell good. Very, almost ammonia-like smell to it.
It's piss.
Yeah.
That's mine to Valine.
Alright. If you give her yours, she kind of looks at you. Well, didn't take you for a dandy. And she shoots it back. Oh, that's the good stuff. And picks up another one and shoots it back, puts it down. How about you, little one? Tastes terrible. And you? You have a cup in front of you.
I don't just shoot it or whatever. Like I drink it like
Like sip it?
Uh-huh.
Huh. It's awful, and it's worth sipping.
I've been punishing myself recently.
You deserve this. Everyone hates you.
Oh my god! Perfect.
You guys are gonna see him on his watch with a cat of 9 tails. You deserve this.
It's all fun and games until Cheer gets knocked out by a great sword.
Okay, so back to it.
Just take it.
Place is kind of hopping. You can't see there's 1 game of cards being played. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
10.
10? Even from your vantage point and watching, after watching a few hands, you realize they're playing with like a 44 card deck. And it looks like they're from literally like 2 or 3 different decks that they put together. You can clearly make out like just very different color, like variable color to the back of each card.
Is there any money to speak of on the table?
Coppers.
At least you know when someone's cheating. That card is not in this deck. It is now.
This looks too clean.
Also that.
And while he's looking over that, is anyone else doing anything? At this point, you've entered the bar.
I whispered to her, but honestly, any sign of former boss?
She looks around. Nope.
Anyone associated with former boss?
You know that under her condition, under your care, alcohol is a very bad idea, especially mixing with smiley weed. So you can see that she's already kind of teetering just a little bit. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How about you go back with Yolkeps and Dwarf?
I think I got another couple of copper here somewhere in my pants. And she starts literally just like hand down the pants and starts reaching around and pulls out like, or a couple of silver. Let me have another. And she puts the silver.
More. You're teetering.
Look, you might be as tall as me mother, but you're not.
Your mother was as short.
Let me have another. And like literally, like a guy's about to drink and he pay your tab and he hands it over to her.
I'll take it.
You're probably gonna try, huh? Look, if you want to be getting me back to your bed, it's best to let me drink a few more of these. You're getting prettier with each one.
Quite possibly the most horrifying option I've heard of today. You didn't quit drinking, you can't hold it.
How dare you say something like that? I'm gonna go get me some air. And she
Good idea.
walks outside.
I'll follow her.
Take her change and put it in my pocket.
Okay.
I make a note of
Not
all of
safe.
my party.
Go by yourself.
She gets outside and she looks over and like, well, there's the dwarf. I'll go talk to him. Gives a... Okay. And she walks away. What's your passive perception?
10 plus what?
12, and then I'm expertise and perception. I don't know if that adds anything.
Expertise is additional plus 2. So it's your proficiency twice.
Proficiency twice.
Yeah, 14. So 16.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15, 16.
So yeah, you have a plus 2 to wisdom modifier, right? Yeah, so 16. You see Villainy come out, and she's kind of staggering a bit, and she sees you and starts heading in your direction with Cheer kind of closely watching. Do you re-enter the bar when she gets close to him, or are you still watching?
Still watching.
Okay. Go to roll me a stealth check.
It's a 7. I know, right?
7? Okay.
Because I went out either.
Didn't even try to roll.
She doesn't say a word. She just goes and kind of sits down on the hitching post, and then begins just stroking one of the foreheads of the Yolkep, and it kind of pushes into her, and she just starts playing with its ears. And
Well, it didn't take you too long to look like that.
to look like what?
Well, totally locked.
Oh, I'm not locked at all. I just didn't want to be hanging around with your friends. Just wanted to get me a quick drink, and then get my way out. You don't think 2 drinks would do me in, huh? I'm a proud Southgate woman. Take a lot more than that to do me in.
Well, okay.
Go
Well, you can
to
use...
roll me an insight check.
Uh, 19.
19? She's stone sober.
Ah, you'll have to teach me that trick.
She doesn't really say anything else as she continues to play. So,
Well,
as you're watching,
Yolkeps, and I'll watch everyone else.
I don't think that's being a wise decision. I've only got one arm and no weapon. If someone decides to take them, I'm not going to be much help in stopping them.
Well, no, that's not what I said. You watch the Yolkeps and I'll watch everyone else.
Okay, well just keep an eye on the
I'm
Yolkeps
not
too.
going inside.
Keep your good eye on it, yeah? Not the other one.
Well, I don't think you would want me to be using the other eye.
No, I've seen one of those wounds before. They're not fun. Not very pleasurable to look at. But you do your look around. She looks over and it looks like you got some company in that looking around thing. The wee one's right over there, and you see her like point directly at you. As you're like, you thought you were kind of in the shadows a little bit, but no.
No.
So I'm going to scan the crowd.
Right. So we'll get back to that real quick. So the two of you still back in the bar. What are you guys doing? Or the three of you back in the bar, excuse me.
Now, whenever he pockets a change or whatever, like, Darius had been watching, like, her fucking teeter and stuff. Don't take passive perception to see someone teetering or whatever, obviously.
No, not when she's right next to you.
But then, like, that's not
Yeah,
the sign
yeah.
or whatever. It's like, and he just looks at him. Being a coin thief from a horse thief, that's a not a very cultured thing.
Not getting dead tax.
Never thought you'd be a rogue. I thought you was a gunslinger.
You being intentionally insulting, or you just naturally an asshole?
Well, one's an asshole. I'm not too nice myself.
Right. Who looks like they have money in here? Anybody at all?
Roll me a perception check.
20.
20? No. You. Him.
You, him.
Nobody looks like they would belong to the Yolkeps outside?
Doesn't look like it.
Go up to the bartender. Yolkeps outside. Who wrote them in?
Oh. He looks over and like, I can't really see through the tent, my friend. I don't know who those Yolkeps are, but you can ask around if somebody has them.
I'm sure you heard some.
I heard a whole bunch of people on Yolkeps coming not too long ago. I believe it was yourself and your friend there, and the drunk friend. But anyone else? Can't help you, my friend, unless you want another drink. Or your first one.
Double the price of the brandy for some information along with the liquor.
Ken.
Alright. Show me the 10 gold.
Show 10 gold. Information and liquor.
Yeah. Money up front, my friend. Not the way this works.
I don't get what I want, you might grow another hole.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. You get exactly what you want.
Drop the money in his hand.
Takes it. Puts it away. Reaches under the, like, just down basically on the floor is there's just kind of stuff lined up, and picks up. But yeah, it's very nice brandy. You've probably seen the vintage before. There's, yeah, he said it's got a couple of swigs left in it, and it's in the bottom of it. Just hands you the entire bottle.
And the information?
Well, I've been in Vigor Ridge here, making copper for a part of a year. What you be wondering about?
5. Missing.
I think the number she quoted was 9.
Looking for 5 Vesher Yolkeps. Folks who rode in with them.
Huh?
Real nice beasts.
Huh? You
Special
say
like.
you say Vesher Yolkeps?
Or not Vesher, House Krill Yolkeps.
Oh, I do believe some very good-looking Yolkeps came in. That a part of, say, 3-4 days ago.
You know where I'd be finding them? I got coin burning a hole in my saddlebag.
Well, sadly, not in my place. A bit of a man that fancies himself the dailiest of Vigor Ridge. You understand my meaning?
Yeah.
Well, that gentleman has obfuscated a tent, and that's where he takes his place. If anyone's got the clout to be hiding or holding or trying to move creatures like that, it would be him.
Which way would that tent be?
Oh, you can't miss it. He sets that thing up right in the center of a Vigor Ridge, not points only, not 200 yards that way. You can't miss it. He don't let anybody pitch up anything within about 100 feet of his tent. You understand? When I say tent, goddamn thing's the size of a house.
You spend that gold on better booze, I'll come back and give you more gold.
Well, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing, my friend, and maybe get my way back into Brownwater with this.
Don't get dead.
Oh, I reckon I won't. And as he says that, he reaches down and he puts a scattergun on the bar. I'm pretty handy with that.
Sweep the coat out of the way to put the bottle back in a pocket.
They're revealing.
Yeah.
He's unaffected or unfazed by it. Anything else you want to know? You paid quite a bit for that information.
Anybody else in town looking for Yolkep?
Not to my knowledge yet. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's... Come here. And he moves down to this other bar and he just grabs a random patron, pulls him to him, and like, you're going to serve drinks. If I see you stealing any, I'll kill you. Pulls him over the bar and then has him start assisting customers, very kind of like, what the hell's going on?
Darius tells him, like, don't worry, I'll make sure you don't steal shit.
Just kind of gives you a side eye.
I mean, the 6 gun's obvious on his hip. He doesn't have a coat anymore. It's like he can
Oh, yeah.
enforce that pretty easy.
He moves down to the end of the bar, kind of leans in close. Like, look, I hear tale of a great many things. And I hear tale that the Harless brothers in Brownwater, well, they be in a bit of a bad way, you see. It seems as if Dalius, he's a smart man, you know. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's not like that idiot brother of his who likes to poke at the families, you see. I mean, I get it. You grow up that poor for that long, and you start hating on people who got it, you know. The have-nots really hate the haves, you understand? And, well, he's gone to poke at them lately. And if it were my money on the line, I would be a betting man and say that idiot brother of his obfuscated, he seems to love that word, obfuscated with some Yolkep that he had no heritage, which is also wrong, in taking. He had no idea what he should be doing with that. He just got a wild hair. And he took some animals that, well, wasn't too smart of a thing to do. Especially where you're going to move them. Here in Vigor Ridge? If I grab 10 people around here, between the 10 of them, they may got 2 copper to rub between each other. That's it. So why would you bring a bunch of Yolkep that ain't no one can afford into a place that ain't no one that can afford those Yolkep gonna come?
Head injury, most likely.
Well, I would say it's more of thumbing the halves in the eye, if you get my meaning.
Well, thing about sticking your thumb in someone's eye, they like to stick a thumb in yours.
Well, when you're talking about families out of Brownwater, they do a lot worse than stick a thumb in your eye. You know, they do things like hire a bunch of people with murderous intentions and have them track down their property and put bullets inside of them.
It's a good thing I'm the soul of charity and kindness, then.
Well, big man, you definitely leave a big pile wherever you go.
Big men leave big piles.
That I can see. That I can see.
One other question, if you got the time.
I do, and he looks back at the guy tending bar who's like sloppily kind of pouring drinks and...
Fellow named Merrick.
Oh, not much on a name basis here. Frankly, most people in this place, they don't deserve a name.
The bald bastard stares off into space. Rides with a bunch of assholes with red scarves.
Whoa, hold on. Go back. Stares off into space.
Yeah, down in the drink, off into space, like his brain ain't full there.
Yeah, like something snapped. Like,
Yeah, sort of like Snowflake over there.
He looks over. Well, I think it's a shot worse than that, but. Well, thing is. Now, this you didn't hear from me.
I'm pretty deaf.
Well, good. So open them ears up, because I'm only going to say this once, and I ain't going to repeat myself. There's a lot of people like that coming through here lately. A lot of them. Not sure why. I mean, it's me. Someone like that, they're useless. Put a bullet in them, call it a day. But nah, for some reason, a whole lot of them in Vigor Ridge lately.
Coming from where?
Oh, I don't know where they're coming from. I don't leave this place much. But I hear things, and I hear they've been coming from Brownwater and beyond. I don't know so much about the beyond part, but I don't know. I don't think anyone that has that particular affliction could make a journey down to Brownwater. You feel?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
You
So-
keep that coin warm.
Oh,
Use it wise.
I will.
I'm just gonna take my deaf charitable ass back out to those Yolkeps.
He goes back, gets right up to the guys. The guy's not paying attention. Goes, "Get the fuck out!" Oops! And he rolls over the bar real quick. Thank y'all. Get out. People, what? I said, get out. He makes eye contact with you. Makes eye contact with you. We'll get to your roll in just a second. I said, out. He puts his hand on the scatter gun. At this point, you're already walking towards the door.
Yeah, Darius just kind of like, and just starts walking out.
Okay. Everybody else just kind of quickly like finishes what they're doing, and one guy like makes sure he picks up all of his 44 cards, and then walks out. As you see him just walk out of the place, walks right up to one of the Yolkeps, untethers it, gets on the back of it, and rides away.
Which guy was that?
The bartender. And
In the direction of.
there's
Out
no,
of
I
town,
mean,
or-
no, I mean he's heading. You guys are about a third of the way into Vigor Ridge at this point. He seems like he's heading to where you guys kind of came out of, but it's kind of hard to tell. So before that, what was your perception roll?
11.
11. So you're looking around, and a lot of people are talking. You actually happen to hear two men, and what pricks your ear is a couple of recognizable names thrown about, which makes you zero in on the conversation, and you get the gist of this conversation. Yeah, it's only gonna get worse between the Furgoods and Kesser. I mean, they're basically at each other's throats. Yeah, man, I mean, that's the only good part about not being in Brownwater right now. I mean, if it keeps going this way, that stupid gold sheriff, man, he ain't gonna be able to handle what's coming. You don't get in between a pair of families in a squabble. You feel what I'm saying? Oh yeah, no way I would. So I'm glad I got out of there. You didn't get out of there. You got thrown out of there. What's the difference? I'm here now, aren't I? And they kind of change the subject. That's really the only interesting piece of information that you hear.
Just
and then
keep listening.
after a couple of minutes, you see the scene before you of the bartender having everyone leave. He takes a scattergun with him, walks out, mounts a Yolkep, and rides away.
Send a message to him.
You suddenly hear Callith's voice in your head.
What did you say to the bartender? Don't worry, it's Callith. You're not going insane.
Smells like brandy. I ain't even drunk it yet.
That's your response. You get the feeling you heard him, and you get the feeling he heard your response. You don't see Callith anywhere.
Hat rack, where the hell are you?
I don't respond.
Okay.
Just, well, in his head, the bartender left with one of the Yolkeps that we were looking for. Not that we're looking for the Yolkep that was tied up outside.
Yeah, it's probably because he got a pocket full of money now and he's going back to Brownwater out of this shithole.
Or he was one of the people who knows what we're looking for.
He does. He told me where it is. Who knows where it is.
Oh.
Which is why he has my money in his pocket and not my lead in his skull.
You get no response after that.
Okay. So at this point, we'll get back to you two. At this point, what is everyone else doing?
It's getting
You see people filing out of this place.
Well, no, not the people filing out of the place. The people, I'm protecting the Yolkeps, so.
Go to make a perception check.
I'm looking around.
25.
25? Okay. So, as you're looking around, one of the patrons who comes out, he kind of sets his drink down, and he starts patting himself like he's looking for something. And one of these kind of scragglers moving about reaches up and pilfers his cup and runs away. You watch where this person goes, just kind of chuckling to yourself as the guy turns around and, "What the hell happened to my drink?" He heads off for a bit, still within your earshot, and he starts excitedly talking to his companion that he approaches, a younger woman, and he reaches the cup out. She takes a drink, and he's like, "Not too much, not too much, not too much." He starts drinking some. He's like, "Oh, that's great, that's great." She's like, "Yeah, this is okay, but we're gonna get so much more when she's done." I know, but come on, man. Like, how are we even gonna get anything from it? I doubt it. It's not every day a mark like that walks in here, but I don't think we're really gonna get anything out of it. He was so goddamn big. You're damn right. We're gonna get at least a little bit out of it. The little one went with him too. I don't care if my meat's got a little hair on it. And at that point, they drop the cup and they run away.
Okay. Now everyone's coming out. I'm like, Oi, Carol. I think the other big fella is gonna need our help.
I smell a 3-note day. Let's get to work.
Do I hear the name of Erroll? Do I hear the name that he uses? Since I am just kind of like hanging back.
Who?
That one I uses to call Gunner. Do I hear that name?
What name is it? I missed that.
Carl.
Carl. You hear it.
Coral.
You. Okay. Like. So.
You just show up next to Gunner. Hello, gentleman.
Dirt Weasel, we're gonna have us a 3-note day.
Okay.
We need to find the tall fella with furry ears because he's being taken for a ride. If you get my gist, he's a mark.
You better get Hat Rack over here. We gotta go help him.
Pretty sure he can hear you.
Okay, time to go, Hat Rack.
So Darius, do you collect up with them as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do the 5 of you do? Or the noticeable 4 of you do?
Wait, if we don't guard the Yolkeps, they'll be gone. So one of us needs to stay here.
And with your perception, you would see, you know the direction that he went. At this point, Villainy, if the big man be in trouble, I'll be watching the Yolkeps. Hey, big man, can I borrow that, please?
What'd she point at?
She points at your offhand pistol. I don't have one myself, and without it, not give me much of
spare
a threat.
3 gun that we found on the corpse out of the bag.
Okay, that do nicely too.
Alright,
Opens it up.
can you,
Okay,
can you grab the dagger?
this is better. More of a threat than a wee little knife.
And he pulls out this huge Bowie knife. Like,
That's a knife.
that'd be awfully threatening.
I still think this is more.
And he flips it in his hand. deftly puts it back in its sheath.
It's a nice trick, but I've always preferred a good blaster in me hands.
Wait,
They call me Solo.
That's horrible.
good luck.
That was
Why
solo
possibly
impression
have to go to never kill?
Well, don't get killed in the dealing.
Aye.
Now, off you go. Save the big man. He's got to fix me arm.
A random fifth person walks up. Oh, I'll stay here with her too. I've never been any good at any fights.
No, you don't, Hat Rack.
No.
She turns and looks at you. Well, you're damn full of surprises, aren't you?
I usually am.
Don't be worrying. I'll watch the cattle. You go and help your friend.
I'm usually not very much help.
Oh, can I stay with you?
With the way you talk, I don't be believing you. If anything, I'll have the big man stay with me.
Grab him by the scruff of the neck and drag him along.
Big man, I think it's a good thing if you stay behind with me.
Why?
It's 2 guns are better than 1.
I shit on it. Fine.
That's a good choice. The 4 of you now begin to move together.
But out of earshot of,
As you guys move,
moving away out of earshot of Gunner and Villainy, I once again send him a message of, I don't trust her very much.
Don't worry. Precautions have been taken.
Okay, so over to you two. As you all are making your way through this place, you didn't quite realize just how many little and small hills and how many freaking tents are in this place. She is going up and down these little hillocks around them, going through almost like valleys of these tents that are just together. Then you got some tents that are 10 to 12 feet high. You got some that probably only cover 1 person and are low to the ground. And she very quickly begins moving about. As she approaches what appears to be probably like a collection tent where various people can gather en masse. Looks like it was probably used for a large family style tent, but at this point now is just packed to bursting with people. As she doesn't say a word, as she just simply walks straight into the tent, opens the flap, walks in, and disappears inside. What are the 2 of you doing?
Let's go in.
Do I see anything unusual around it? Hand on a swivel.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That is a 19.
19. You notice as you guys are approaching, you can see that there's quite a few onlookers that are watching you, but there has been pretty much the entire time you guys have been following. But you notice there are a few people that begin to move closer and seem to be, they have an interest.
Demeanor?
They seem curious, but I mean, they are carrying those weird sticks that these guys carry. You know, those shiny ones that you do something and an explosion happens. They're really loud and annoying.
Yeah, right. Are they holding them?
Not holding them, but I mean, you can see they don't really have jackets and coats and stuff. You can see them some put into belts and things like that. You can see a fair few people, some Wildevin or Elevin. You're not entirely sure as to which. A couple of Tieflings.
Anyone looking sinister?
Not really. It's a lot of people were moving out of his way, treating him with almost a reverence. Some people even reaching out and touching him as he went by, simply taking that as a kind of blessing, which is completely batshit crazy to you.
Moving on.
So you guys enter the tent? Entering the tent, the woman is already sitting on a bed. She has the child like kind of cradled into her. They said like a 3-4-year-old child, fairly big. You can tell she's kind of struggling with the weight. Kid's got some meat on its bones, while she doesn't seem like she has much. As you approach, you can see and hear that there is a lot of coughing and silent groaning, and immediately your mind snaps back to a hospitaler station or an Ambershard enclave, where you can hear the groans and moans of those who are sick or dying in this place. when she catches your eye as you come in, she waves you over as quickly as she can.
I'll go on over.
She, please, the fever's so bad. Can you help him, please?
Who am I looking at?
You look down. The child that's in the bed is probably 8 or 9, which is weird. As she said, it's her. You remember her saying it's her youngest child, which that kind of catches you for a second. But the kid has a wet rag on its head that you can see the water being used to wet this rag. It's not the cleanest. The kid, you can already see the flushness in their cheeks. You can see their their eyes are closed, but you can see that the eyes behind those lids are moving rapidly in various directions. Their breath is very, very quick and shallow. They look like they're in really bad shape.
I'll freeze the water in the rack. You can do that with the can.
Yeah. It's now dirty ice. It seems it's definitely cooling the kid's head down more than it was.
Alright.
Can I do?
So you two both kind of crowd around to see it.
Trade out.
Okay. Gonna roll me a medicine check.
With advantage?
Natural
yes.
20.
Okay, so you don't need it.
Let's see if you can
That was a
natural again.
19 for the second roll.
Wow, a natural 20 and a 19. Okay. This trip to get here took about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. After you're looking at the kid for about another half hour or so, as you're going over, you're checking the body, you're making sure there's no signs of lesions, there's no signs of any kind of strange pustules that are growing in odd places. The kid is definitely shaky. I mean, you can just see muscle spasms all through its body. And you don't really see any outward signs of why. You don't see any lesions, you don't see any cuts, you don't see any bruises. You just see...
Insight?
Well, you just see that there doesn't seem to be anything on his body that would denote its condition. Nothing like that. And you start racking your brain trying to figure out what condition would cause this. And you're going over it in your mind, you're going over it in your mind.
Was it warm?
The kid is hot. I mean, they have a high-grade fever. But as you're sitting on the bed, and you can see the woman. She's just trying to do her best to rock this child back and forth. You lean over and you touch the child's head. You feel it. Put your hand on its cheek. You peel back the lips and look into the mouth. And suddenly, all of the symptoms that this person has suddenly becomes very clear. You look around and you can see other people have the same shakes, that same darting expression in the eyes, even as they're awake. Some are coughing deeply, though this person is not, as they're unconscious. You can see they all seem to be flushed. There's bloodshot eyes, and that twitchiness that really only happens when you've been eating human meat for a long period of time. I want you to roll me a deception check.
Deception. I'm decent at it.
Wow, a lying priest.
13.
13, okay.
It's
She rolled a natural 15. As you kind of jerk your hand back a little faster than what you had intended to, you hear the woman next to you begin humming. It's okay. It's okay. I know it'll make him better. He just needs a little bit to eat. It's okay. It's okay. You'll help us, right? You'll help us.
I have some rations.
Oh, I think we're well beyond rations. And you see one of the people who's on the bed and kind of twitching, reach down, pull a 3-gun out from under the bed and stand up, and you can still see they're twitching. The front flap of the tent opens up, and you can see that there's 3 more men standing just outside. And your heart drops in your stomach for just a moment. that's what we're going to go ahead and pick up next week.
Oh,
I know.
So, it may seem weird, but we're not going to have Vince next week. So we love, we're going to miss him. We love him. But Gunner's going to go ahead and stay behind and guard the Yolkeps so that way no one has to Jaeger his character this coming time. And maybe, just maybe, he can have another conversation with Villainy. We'll deal with that when he's back the following week, right? It's just a 1 week thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully we can...
Girlfriend's birthday next Wednesday.
Yeah, that's got to take
You got
precedence.
it, too.
I mean,
Yeah.
it has to. I'm going to try to convince him otherwise, but we'll see.
No.
That'll be
No, sorry. You're not that pretty, bro.
I stopped putting out, so it doesn't work.
Have
that
her
well.
be a guest character.
I hope that Joe, you can make it next week, so that way we can finish this up. Thank you guys very, very much for sticking with us and having a great time in this very character-driven session that we had tonight. I think we learned a lot about various different people. I think we had some insights, and you know what? I had a great time playing today. Really, I'm a people watcher by heart, and this is the best way to people watch. So guys, thank you very, very much for joining us. Please, if you like what you see, hit us up on YouTube, like our video, subscribe to our channel, Dice and Dudes. Let us know what you like, if you want to see any changes, if you have any advice for us, or if you just want to reach out and say hi and say how cool it is to be playing D&D and recording it, you know. We would love to be able to interact with the community more, so definitely try to get with us. We once again want to thank our sponsors, MGS and Game Vault. Once again, Beatrice, we absolutely love you. Thank you so much for the artwork. That's so amazing of you to do that for us. Davis Tiles and Terrain, if you guys need any commissions, go ahead and hit us up, alright? We will see you guys next week, and our streak is broken. No rain today. But it did hail yesterday. So I think it was just so excited, it just shot its load early. Remember, keep rolling the dice. Good night, everybody.